Black is back.
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 Black is
Black
back.
is back.
Black is back.
Black is back.
Black is back. And the rallying call is Black is back. And all of those people to use, we've been pushed in this direction by the colonial virus, so to speak. And I think that part of what has happened, and I have to assume responsibility for this as the not only chairman of the coalition, but also the chair of the coordinating committee that has the responsibility for carrying on the day-to-day work of the coalition for all of this stuff that we are experiencing now in terms of the meeting processes and this having to do with this new platform that we've just tried. And I think that what has happened is that I fell victim to a certain kind of petty bourgeois tendency to not be able to recognize some of our limitations, and we have the resources within. I have them. I have those resources within my reach, so that this need not have occurred. I have the resources, the ability to, and the expertise to have prevented this from occurring, but it did occur. And so I assume full responsibility for that. I want to really welcome all of you for coming on to this incredibly significant conference. And the evidence of how significant this conference is the number of people who came on to it immediately on time when it was announced that it would be beginning. And it is a significant conference that we are doing on the day that we had initially scheduled to do the Black is Back annual electoral school, where the coalition has assumed the responsibility of teaching how Africans, how to participate in the electoral process, if you want to participate in the electoral process, demystifying the whole electoral process as the only way that we can struggle, but recognizing that the vast majority of African people who participate in political life do so through the electoral process, so that it's necessary for us to intervene in that process, if only to bring the people out of it. So we had scheduled initially for St. Louis, Missouri, a 3-day school, actually 2 days, but the first day, which would have been yesterday, would have been a meet and greet, so that people would have had an opportunity to meet each other and to spend some time in St. Louis before the 2-day meeting that was scheduled for today and tomorrow. It became clear that it was going to be impossible to do an in-person school in St. Louis. And so the coalition, I think correctly, decided to postpone that school. Right now, it's scheduled for the first, I think the second week in June. And even that may be ambitious. But whether we do it in person the second week in June, or we have to use this platform, we are scheduled now to go the second week in June. We'll see how things play out with this colonial virus as we move forward. We thought that it was important to do something in the interim, because one reason the school was important is the fact that this is the electoral season, the election season. And this presidential election is something that we feel is something that African people need to be discussing, because in some quarters there has been panic for a time now about the possibility of Trump being elected. There have been re-elected, rather. There have been possibilities of various forces characterized as leftists and socialists being elected. There's been a lot of discussion during this electoral season about things like socialism and reparations, and these are really important questions to us. So we felt like, and do feel it's important to intervene in that question. And though we won't be meeting on this day and tomorrow in St. Louis, we said that let's do this, let's have this Zoom conference so that we can at least speak to the question of the election and the implications for our struggle right now. And also this horrible a manifestation of a colonial attack on us in the form of the virus. And I do say it's a colonial attack. COVID-19, I believe, could be more appropriately called a colonial virus. And I can say this because one reason we're paying attention to this virus, as opposed to the 300,000 Black people who died in Haiti through an earthquake, or the 2,000 who died or more through the Hurricane Katrina. The numbers of people, thousands who died at the mudslide in Sierra Leone. The reason we are having this discussion, despite the fact that the most notorious, crippling, destructive disease on the planet, in the history of the planet, is malaria. And that's laying waste to Black people all around the earth. But the reason this discussion is happening is not because of the numbers of people who are dying, but because who is dying. Because it is something that can also possibly affect white people and people among the colonial powers. This is not an attempt on my part to understate the significance of this virus, but I'm saying the reason we would characterize it as the colonial virus is because every day we look up, every day we wake up, Black people are dying around this planet Earth from what is normal under our circumstances. And so I think that when we see what happens in Haiti, the destruction of infrastructure, when we see how even with this occurring, the U.S. government is involved in quarantining in Venezuela. They didn't quarantine Venezuela because of some kind of COVID-19. They quarantined Venezuela because Venezuela was moving to escape the grasp of colonialism. And the same thing can be said about Iran and other places, and how the U.S. is actually weaponizing this disease. And what is becoming clearer to us is that what we are looking at is a political problem. And the political problem is one that where African people do not have power over our own lives, so that we make the determination, and not the government in Louisiana, that we're going to now have this great number of Black people dying, that we make the determination that there is going to be health care. We're looking at a crisis of great proportion. This government, this social system has been in crisis for some time now. Even before this discussion, even before this so-called pandemic, we were watching the U.S. Ruling class talking about an existential crisis. The existential crisis was not COVID-19. The existential crisis was China becoming a great force in terms of challenging the hegemony of the United States economically and politically in various parts of the world. The existential crisis was Venezuela and all the people who live in the Americas who were taking control of their resources that led to the overthrow of Evo Morales by the United States government just recently. The existential crisis is in Syria and all those places where they are minimizing the significance and capacity of an illegitimate white nationalist state called Israel to control the resources and our people and other people there. So the U.S. has been experiencing what is an existential crisis for a while. And so to say that COVID-19 is the existential crisis, the real crisis is the struggle of the peoples. The real crisis for U.S. imperialism, for white power, is the struggle of the people to take back our resources and to take back our freedom, because imperialism itself is a parasite that sucks the blood of African and other peoples around the world. So we need to have this discussion, and that's why we're here today, to talk about the electoral process, to talk about what all of this stuff means, and to talk about COVID-19. And some of us are really busy on the ground. I'm really appreciative of this steering committee that we have. And everybody who is participating in this meeting should know that it's an extraordinarily powerful steering committee. These are not just people who talk about stuff, but people who've been in the trenches struggling for Black people for a long period of time and continue to struggle even during this crisis. There are people who out in communities putting up posters in our community explaining COVID-19, telling people how to do stuff, because the people are not taking anything that Trump says or the U.S. government says, et cetera. And even this horrible person, Chris Cuomo, was infected with the coronavirus and makes such arrogant statements about how the significance of willpower, his willpower, et cetera, helped to overcome that. There ain't nobody on earth with more willpower than Black people. If we survive white power, if we've survived murder, mass imprisonment, and everything that's happening to us on a regular basis, Chris Cuomo, who didn't even have to go to the hospital came to him. With all of the resources, et cetera, that you got, you're going to talk about your willpower. There is no more willpower than you can find here. And what this meeting is about, what this conference is about, is coalescing this willpower and giving it some direction so that we can understand what the hell is going on. And then we can make people like Chris Cuomo and his brother, who is the governor of New York, and who, as he talks about how he wants to help people with dealing with COVID-19, et cetera, is passing a budget that minimize or liquidated Medicaid and other kinds of things that would actually help the people. This is our problem. When I say our problem is being colonized. We have to solve this problem. That's why we have to have this conference. And I want to welcome everybody. I want to welcome people who come from various places in this meeting. You will see from Louisiana, from New York, from Michigan, from Illinois, from Alabama, from Florida, from New Jersey, and I'm leaving out somebody, but from various places throughout the United States, you see members of this steering committee who are dedicated, and even in Colombia, that's where at least one comrade is speaking to us from Colombia in South America. And so we are determined, not only that we have survived, survival ain't enough. Survival ain't enough. We see this struggle that we're involved in to deal with this manifestation of colonialism that they call a virus. We negate colonialism. We, in the process of curing ourselves, healing ourselves, solving our problems, and replacing the ability of white power to intervene in our lives, we can only solve our problems through negation of the power of white people, white governments, et cetera, imperialist powers in the lives of Black people. So I want to just really express appreciation for everybody for coming on. We're going to win this one. And we're going to do all the stuff that they talk about in terms of being able to protect ourselves, protocols necessary. We're going to do those things. We will hear people talking about that in this meeting. We will hear people talking about how they want to use this process to implement even more violence from the state, the government, the police that shoots us down on a regular basis already. Now they've been given more authority to do it. I just saw something the other day called masking while Black. All of a sudden, it's incredible, masking while Black. And, so you got on your mask now. Usually you're in trouble. You can't even wear a hoodie in certain sections of this country without getting gunned down, as we know, and now to put on mask. And if you don't have a mask, then they come and whoop you. If you do have on a hoodie or mask before, then they will whoop you or do something else bad to you. We have to have the power. We are dealing with a colonial virus. It is a colonial virus. Colonialism is the disease, and Black power is the cure. So I want to appreciate everybody for being on, and welcome everybody, all of the participants, everybody who's come on. We've captured, maybe 40% of the people who were on initially. And again, I assume a full responsibility for this error that we made. It's not even enough to say that it's a new technology for us. We knew it was a new technology before this meeting happened. And I think there was an element of petty bourgeois arrogance that did not allow us to take advantage of the expertise in our own movement, because some of us wanted to know everything, and et cetera. So I would like to just say that, and then turn it over to comrades Lisa Davis, who is the co-chair of the Black is Black Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. She's also the chair of the healthcare working group, and we had the healthcare working group, right, before COVID-19. We had that before because we understood that the health question is a political question, was then, is today, and Black people have to take control of that. And along with Lisa is our secretary, Comrade Elike Ngoma, and so I will now turn it over, I guess, to Elike now. I've sort of commandeered the role that I guess that Lisa would have been playing. Thank you, comrades. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, Chairman, thank you for such a great overview. And as the chairman said, we would like to thank and welcome everybody who is tuned in with us for this 2-day web conference. The theme, as you can see on some people's backdrop, is the COVID-19 pandemic, Black people fight back. And I just want to say that for those who have seen what we've promoted as a program, many people may be confused as to how these topics relate to one another and also how these topics relate to the coronavirus. But you'll see throughout this weekend, especially today, that each point that is discussed is to highlight how the coronavirus affects these things in our lives. So that is Black community control of the police, that is healthcare, that is education, that is the question of reparations as well. So we do have a dynamic program laid out. And as the chairman introduced, Lisa Davis is the vice chair. She and I will be the two emceeing and coordinating this program, facilitating this program today. So I do want to turn it over to Vice Chair Lisa Davis. Uhuru.
Uhuru, everyone. And I just want to say I too am very appreciative and very thankful for the Black is Back Coalition for Peace, Justice, and Reparations. And I'm so very, very glad for the network and the camaraderie and the strength that we are building up. I'm so glad that we have this coalition during these times. And about 10 years ago, when the coalition was first starting, I remember it based on some of the things that I do with health, and I was saying, we really need to have a healthcare working group as well because of the politics of health. It is very, very political, and it certainly determines our outcomes. And you are going to hear, as Sister Elikia mentioned, a lot of people, everybody on this panel, talking about this issue and how it does relate to every aspect of our lives. We can't specialize in anything being Black. Everything affects us in certain ways, and we have to be prepared to deal with it. And before going on further, I just want to take a few minutes to just say that we know that so many of you are going through it right now. We are experiencing it as well. It is personal for us. We are in this together. And I just want to say that our hearts and condolences are with all of those fighting for righteousness who, who saw people who did not make it through the way they would have liked to. There are members of the coalition who have also been affected. We just want to say, our hearts are with you. Our hearts are with Sister Kalambayi and Danette, Brother Jesse Todd. They've lost family members. And also, I just want to recognize a beautiful, strong comrade, Sister Nicola out of Brooklyn. She was with NPDOM, and she transitioned. So for us, we are in this with you all together, but more than anything, we will come through this. We will write. The Black community, not Donald Trump, not the president, not Fauci or whatever his name is. We will be the ones to write our history during this time and to determine how we will come through this, and we will do that. And please continue to listen. We will have some very, very powerful information to share with you that can be implemented today, that can be used now, that can help you if you have family members who are in the hospital, and that can help us from even having to go to the hospital. So again, I just have to offer my personal condolences to all those who may have lost people, and I also offer that on behalf of the Black is Back Coalition. We honor all of those who had to transition. We do everything. They just become even more a part of why we do what we do and why we are committed to succeeding. And Sister Elikia, back to you now.
Uhuru, Uhuru, thank you, Vice Chair.
Yes.
So right now, I do want to briefly name and state the members of the Black is Back Coalition and the organizations they represent. As it is now, we have a total of 17 different organizations and working groups that make up this coalition. We are an organization of organizations. So we do have Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who is the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, Lisa Davis, who is the vice chair of the coalition, as well as the chair of the Healthcare Working Group. My name is Elikia Ngoma. I am the secretary. This is the steering committee. We have Brother David Lance, who is our media coordinator, Timba Shabanda, who is our social media and graphics coordinator, Ikinge Mayele, who is our logistics coordinator, Glenn Ford, who is a founding member of the coalition. We have Brother Ajamu Baraka, who represents Black Alliance for Peace on the coalition. Brother Cam Howard, who is the chair of the Reparations Working Group, as well as represents the Amos N. Wilson Institute. We have Sister Betty Davis of the New Abolitionist Movement, who is also the chair of the Education Working Group. We have Brother Ralph Pointer, who is the chair of the All Political Prisoners Working Group. He also represents the Lynn Stewart's organization. We have Brother Khalid Rahim, who is the chairman of the New African Independence Party. We have Brother Diab Olugbala, who is the chair of the Black Community Control of the Police Working Group. We have Sister Nellie Bailey, who represents the Harlem Fight Back Group, and she is also the chair of the Housing Working Group. We have Sister Belinda Parker Brown, who represents the Louisiana United International Organization. We have Sister Kalambai, who represents who is the international president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. And we have Sister Yejide Orunmila, who is the president of the African National Women's Organization. We have Reverend Edward Pinkney, who represents the Black Autonomy Network Community Organization. And we have Brother Zaki Baruti, who represents the Universal African Peoples Organization. So these are, we have one more. We have Brother Lawrence Ham, who represents People's Organization for Progress on the coalition. These are who makes up the steering committee of the coalition. And so when we have these conferences, it's all these different organizations, as the chairman said, that's doing all this different type of work that come together to put these events on and these discussions as well, because we are united around the things that we put on. So with that being said, I would like to reintroduce Chairman Omali Yeshitela for a brief political education. He will be speaking to the theme, the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. He's speaking to us from St. Petersburg, Florida. So Uhuru, Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
We can't hear you.
Got it. Uhuru, comrade, I want to thank you. I think we might have left out Comrade Jihad as a member of the steering committee from, I think, Jericho.
Uhuru, thank you for that correction. I'm so critical for that.
Yeah.
Brother Jihad Abdul Mamit, who is actually a speaker today as well. He represents the Jericho movement on the steering committee of the Black is Back Coalition.
Uhuru, comrades, the coalition, the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparation is entering into its 11th year of existence. And it was founded in September, on September 12, 2019. We held the first demonstration, national demonstration against the Obama regime, the first march on the White House against the Obama regime of any organization, and obviously the first African organization to do that. In 2018, we spent about a year in going through 10 different states and the District of Columbia holding conventions to create a national Black political agenda for self-determination for our people. And that was felt extremely necessary because our movement was incoherent. We had a lot of people doing a lot of things, but it was not coherent. And a lot of people who believed in self-determination, but couldn't say what that meant in practical terms. And so we initiated this process and then had in November of 2016, we had in Washington, D.C., a national convention where people came together from the various parts of the United States and agreed upon the adoption of the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. I'm going to share some things from that document with you. It reads first with a declaration, and it says, pre-COVID-19, a critical moment in our history is upon us. In addition to the traditional centuries-long destitution and political repression that has characterized our existence and distorted virtually all our intra-communal relationships within the US, there is now an escalation of police and other white violence directed at our people that demands a coherent response. The entire world is in a state of turmoil. The vast majority of the world's population that experiences poverty and cruelty as normal features of life is in a state of rebellion. Because the world capitalist system owes its existence to the enslavement of our people and colonial domination of much of the world, capitalism rests uneasily on a fault line of oppression. The historical oppression of our people stems from this cruel fact of history. Like most peoples of the world, we trace our current conditions of existence to the birth of the capitalist system at the expense of our happiness and human and material resources. We recognize the escalation of terror against Black people that includes state and popular attacks and police and civilian murder. We understand that the prominent expression of white nationalism revealed through the electoral process to select a new president of the United States are due to the growth of resistance among oppressed populations of the world and within the US. We recognize that the apparent social peace within the US over the past 35 years or so has been illusory, a product of the successful, brutal assault by the US government on the struggles of Black people for justice and power in the 1960s. Our movement was obstructed by state-imposed repression that included the political murders of important leaders from our community. Among these leaders were Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, and others. The false sense of social peace during this last period also depended on the disruption of the then developing Black agenda that demanded peace, democracy, an end to poverty, political oppression, and the acquisition of Black power. The US government and its minions of appointed or anointed Black leaders have contributed to a defeatist outlook among our people that reduces our struggle to vain attempts to influence the two major US ruling parties, to include the interests and aspirations of our people in the otherwise ruthless, terror-inducing imperialist agenda they normally represent. The US government's assault on our independent movement for Black political power has created a worldview that promotes the US electoral process as the only viable means of forging and pursuing an agenda favorable to our interests. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations does not believe that our future should be in the hands of any institution that does not have its origin within our community and has not been forged through the struggles of our people. Black people, therefore, are gathering to consolidate our own national Black political agenda for self-determination. With our national Black political agenda for self-determination, we claim responsibility for our own future, independent of the Democratic and Republican parties or any other organization or institution external to our community. We are fully aware of the long history of betrayal of our people by both parties and refuse to submit our destiny to a slavish dependency on either of them. As conscious women and men, we are declaring our intent to guarantee a future for our children and generations to come by creating an independent agenda for the progress of our people. And so there's much more to this, and you can get the entire National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination by going to blackisbackcoalition.org, and you should get that. I'm going to just say some things about there's more to this declaration, but I want to just mention quickly some of the 19 points that are included in this declaration, in this National Black Political Agenda. And they include, number one, Black women. With this National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, the entire Black or African nation declares our commitment to facilitate the elevation of African women to full equal partnership in our struggle to create a new world of freedom and socialist democracy for a united Black community and a world shorn forever of bosses and workers and slaves and masters, and where African women will share the power to guarantee that African women are adequately empowered as equal architects of our new world. And two, speaks to the Black family and demanding an immediate halt to the attacks on the Black family. It's a genocidal campaign with its roots in history, with the first assault on Africa that kidnapped us and separated us and has been attacking us ever since. Number three, Black community control of the police. We demand the immediate withdrawal of all domestic military occupation forces from Black communities. This democratic demand assumes the ability of Black people to mobilize for our own security and to redefine the role of the police so that it no longer functions as an agency imposed on us from the outside. Number four, free all political prisoners. Number five, roll back and end mass Black incarceration. Number six, reparations. We demand reparations consistent with international norms regarding redress for crimes against humanity. This includes the enslavement, colonialism, and apartheid from which we suffer up to today. The totality of the repair, according to international law, must include policies, programs, and projects that cease ongoing racial crimes, offer restitution and return us to wholeness, provide compensation that allows for a quality standard of life as well as individual and collective wealth creation, ensure satisfaction that returns our dignity and achieves rehabilitation for the heart, mind, body, and spirit, injuries resulting from centuries of trauma and abuse. Self-defense. We declare our human right to armed self-defense. We fully recognize that in the struggle for self-determination, any act of resistance by the oppressed is an act of self-defense. Nationalize the banks and end forever the rule of capital. That's number 8. Number 9, full employment and national minimum income. That's not $15 an hour over a number of years. That's full employment and a national minimum income. Number 10, the right to housing. Number 11, halt gentrification. Number 12, Black businesses must be nurtured by public development banks and protected from strangulation by corporate chains and monopolies. And that's something that you have to be especially concerned with right now with the attack on Black businesses through this virus and the fact that the U.S. economy is tanking and trillions of dollars are being pumped again to the billionaires and the major corporations. Number 13, a right to free education through postgraduate level. Public schools must meet the highest standard of excellence under the supervision of educational boards directly elected by the communities they serve. Number 14, free universal quality healthcare for all. 15, voting rights. We believe the right to vote to effectively express a preference for political candidates, parties, or social policies is an inalienable right. Number 16, U.S. out of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Number 17, the West must pay its debt to Africa and its descendants. Number 18, free Palestine, down with Israeli apartheid. Number 19, climate change and toxic pollution created by capitalism must end. So this is the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. It's a critical moment in history, and as the U.S. is involved in this self-imposed COVID-19, it offers us not only a responsibility to defend and take care of ourselves, but the greatest possibility we've seen in a long time to advance our interests, to liberate our people, to destroy a colonial capitalist system that has its roots, its origin in slavery and colonialism, and to build a new kind of society for African people and for the world. Uhuru. So now back to Comrade Secretary Alikia. Are you muted, Sister Alikia?
Uhuru. Thank you, Chairman, for that overview. And again, as you stated, you can find the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination on our website at blackisbackcoalition.org. You can download your copy there. And of course, if you've ever attended our events in person, they're always on our table for you to get as well. So next, which is our first panel discussion, I would like to introduce the panel titled The COVID-19 Pandemic, Black People Fight Back. And it will be featuring Sister Lisa Davis, who will be speaking to us from Newark, New Jersey. As stated before, she is the vice chair of the coalition, as well as the chair of the healthcare working group. And she will also be joined by Dr. Aisha Fields, who is the director of the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project. She is speaking with us from Huntsville, Alabama. So I will introduce Sister Lisa first. Uhuru.
I need to be unmuted. Oh, Uhuru, again, comrades. And again, I'm very appreciative to be able to be here and talking about this very important topic that we know right now is currently just changing all of our lives, and that is the issue of health and how the United States, this country, politicizes it and weaponizes it. And many times, most of us, when we talk about the various institutions of this country, the police, the educational system, the justice system, the banking system, we all recognize the vicious institutions and history that they have in terms of racism and colonialism and how they have used that against us. But I have found that many times we don't think that way when it comes to the medical profession, and we really do need to begin to keep that truth in our minds. I'm going to break this discussion down, this talk down with myself into two sections. And if it doesn't seem as fluid as I would like it to normally seem, I apologize, but there are certain points that we must hit on. And Sister Alikia, again, just remind you to please give me a 10-minute warning, a 10-minute sign, because I want to definitely transition into the nuts and bolts about what we can do in terms of right now for our family members and ourselves. But just to give you a little bit about myself, very briefly, years ago, I discovered that nutrition was so important, it was essential to everything that we did in terms of eating a certain way and making sure that we were not eating certain foods and making sure that we were getting a very, very nutrient-dense diet. And when I learned that, I was able to give up aspirin, sinus medication. I used to have to take it every week. I have not had to take it in about 30 years. And I learned a very powerful lesson that we are what we eat. And that began my journey in terms of this very, very powerful journey in the field of health and also politics. And then at some point where as I saw that nutrition was very important, I would be introduced to another modality that would completely change my whole paradigm and my whole understanding of what health is and what health can be. And I would begin to look at things more in terms of systems. And if you have one certain system of health that says these are the rules and this is how you have to do things, which is like we have here in the United States, which completely removes nutrition from, the concept of getting better. It completely removes nutrition from that, and we have to get it back. But I recognize that there are other systems of health and knowledge in which the body absolutely can heal. So it was a paradigm shift for me, and it began of, again, my political struggle as well in terms of health, because I would then go into the hospitals and visit my comrades and apply the things that I knew. I would do that with my family. And I've been doing this for like the last 20 years, and I've amassed quite a library, my own personal library of books and health. So I say all of that to say that the things that I'm going to be talking to you about are things that I've lived and the things I have seen in these hospitals, because for the last 20 years, I've just been doing that on my own. I am not a doctor and I do not have a medical degree, but I have heart and love and care. And one of the things that we have to be reminded of, that we have to bring ourselves back to, is a very, very obvious truth, that somehow we don't know how this earth was created, regardless of what your religious background is or whatever. You might not believe or have any religion at all, but we do know this as a fact, that somehow this earth was created. And we do know this for a fact, that somehow life appeared on this earth. And we know this for a fact, that humans were not the first life forms on earth, and that the first humans on earth were probably not doctors, and certainly life came before the pharmaceutical industry did. And the key thing about that is that this earth sustained life. For thousands upon thousands of years, it sustained life. And that's very important for us to get back to and to just understand that relationship, especially when we are dealing with the colonialist form of health, which completely disassociates healing from anything to do with the earth or the beautiful, wonderful energies of this earth. Whereas African tradition, from what I'm understanding and learning about, did not do that. People sought to work synergistically with the natural elements of the earth, and they had great appreciation for these very obvious truths, whereas this colonized system of health does not have that. I want people to understand that when we think about health, that there is the disease, and then, there is the diagnosis, and then there is the disease. The diagnosis is an objective assessment of what is going on with our body. Our lungs might be filled with fluid. Maybe we have broken one of our bones. We might be congested. Our heart might be beating too rapidly. Our blood pressure numbers might be reading on a certain range that we don't, that's not really good for them to read. But these are objective assessments on what is happening with your body. But the disease is how we are socialized to dealing with these problems with our bodies, or, with health. The disease is how we are socialized to dealing with it. And it's very important that when we are talking about this pandemic and all the numbers that they are continuing to spew, and we always hear, the United States does have horrible numbers, but when we hear these numbers and when we think about health in general, or sickness or disease, it's important for us to try to break things down as much as we can so we can get more of a picture of what is going on. It's important for us to do that if we have our own personal health battles. We think about we are here and then we want to get to wellness, and sometimes the road or the field to get from here to wellness is very, very muddied and clouded for us. And if we learn to break things down, we can create a path. But it's really important that we do this with this pandemic. And I just want to show you some things right now that I've been tracking some of the numbers. They have, trackers that they track these numbers all over the world. And so I just started tracking these numbers as of March 24th. So I'm going to now try to bring up on the screen one of my trackers. Hold on one second, please. I'm going to share this with you. And Oh, let me just, okay, I don't see one of the ones that I wanted, but I can do it this way as well. Let me just try this a moment. Okay, here's one of the trackers right now. And if you look at this, you'll see the world, there's 1,732,000 cases of people who have contracted the virus, and that there are 106,347 deaths. But when we get to looking down at these numbers, and you'll see, it's broken down according to the US and China, and the countries that I have been tracking was primarily the US and China and some of Europe, but you'll see right here that the total numbers of death, we'll just go right here, the total numbers of deaths now for the United States is 19,666. But when we go to China, hopefully people can see this. I'll see if I can make this a little bit bigger on my screen. When we go to China, well, we see that the total number of cases people have been exposed to this in China is 81,953, but we see that the total numbers of deaths is 3,339. And there is a tremendous difference between 19,666 in the United States. In the United States, numbers have been going up in terms of deaths by like the thousands, whereas China's numbers have barely moved. And to just give you an example, when I first began to track this back on March 24th, the total number of deaths for the United States was 778, whereas the total numbers of deaths for China was like 3,281. So we can see that the United States numbers have increased dramatically, whereas China's has remained relatively the same, which indicates that they have that they are containing this virus, that they have done quite a bit for their society, in terms of containing it and in terms of taking certain steps that the United States should be taking, but it's not. And now they're trying to say that China is lying about their numbers, although when China was the primary country that was really faced with this pandemic, and their numbers were climbing higher and higher, nobody was talking about China was lying then. But even if you just look for a moment at, some of the other countries, like they break this down also in terms of continents. So if you look at Asia, the continent of Asia, and we know that the pandemic hit in Asia. If we look at that, we see that the total number of deaths for all of Asia is 10,437. And that number sort of represents the trajectory for this pandemic as it played out in China. But when we look at Europe, the total numbers of deaths in Europe is 72,524. The total numbers of deaths in North America, with most of these deaths being in the United States, unfortunately, it's 20,782. So that is telling us right there that there is something more that is going on than just this pandemic. There's something more that's going on than just that. And trying to just get my screen back.
Overall, Sister Lisa.
Yes.
You've reached 10 minutes of your
okay, thank
20
you.
minutes.
Well, I'm bringing this up because, now I see the thing to stop sharing the screen. I'm bringing this up because China definitely implemented certain things, and I'm not going to talk about what they did socially because that may have been very restrictive. We might not have agreed with that, but they did very, very deliberate things health-wise. And one of the things that they definitely did was they implemented nutrition. Every single time I read anything about China or any of the Asian countries and how they were combating this pandemic, they talked about nutrition. It is a matter of policy in China that they use their traditional Chinese medicines, traditional Chinese herbs. They have been using vitamin C. They've been working with countries all over the world, including Cuba. Cuba has an antiviral medication that has proven to be very effective. So China has done that, but the United States has not. Whenever we hear anything about the United States, the CDC, the World Health Organization, their basic message to us is avoid germs and basically die until we find a vaccine. So we clearly see right then and there that they are really promoting this corporate capitalist view of things so that they can create a vaccine that will create billions of dollars for some unknown company. But they are not emphasizing nutrition or health or anything. I think these numbers speak to that. And that's what we, in terms of our community, must do. We must definitely take a hold of this situation, and we can. We do not need permission, or we do not need their scientific bodies to validate some very key information that we have. Now I'm going to, okay. Now I'm going to try to share my screen again, because now I want to get into some of the things that we can do. And hopefully this file will come up. Okay, I don't see, let me see if I do it this way. It's not. I'm just trying to, I put together some, actually I put it together. Oh, hold on a moment. You'll have to bear with me a minute because this is all new to me with working with this, but this is nutritional modalities that I had put together. So I'm trying to bring it up on my screen now, and I don't see the way to be able to do this, although I saw it before when I was, oh, hold on, I think I see it now. Hold on a moment. Is this showing? Can people see this on the screen? Is this, oh. Anyway, I'm just going to have to read from it, but I'm trying to get this to, let me just try this one more time. I apologize, dear people. Anyway, is this showing up on the screen? Is this presentation showing up that I have? Can you see it? Okay, anyway, I'm just going to start reading from this. I call this my Lisa's Nutritional Guerrilla Warfare Kick-Ass Home Remedies. I'm going to just go through some of these things, but basically my philosophy is if it causes no harm, to try it. Home remedies are something that we've been growing up with all of our lives. When our parents would cook meals for us, that's home remedies. They're using that nutrition to help to keep us alive. So if it causes no harm, I try it. And this is, this is how I'm going to prepare. I will never experiment with medication. I was reading about baking soda, and I was very, very surprised to hear that baking soda was something that they had used back during the pandemic of 1918 that kept a lot of people alive who used it. So baking soda is something that is very accessible. We can just take a teaspoon of baking soda. You should have it in your home. It causes no harm, virtually almost no harm. And we need to know about these things. We need to have playing in our heads that there are things we can do as opposed to there is nothing we can do and we have to wait for a vaccine. Another thing, steam therapy. Steam therapy is very, very useful. It's very helpful. It helps to open up your sinuses. No harm. There's no harm with this. I don't have to say that this is a cure or whatever, but this is a modality we should know about. This is something that we should have in our toolbox in terms of what we can do to fight this. I have right here some of the spices, what I call the spices of life that we can keep in our cabinets at all times, like cayenne pepper, ginger, turmeric, garlic, cinnamon, leeks, and various other kinds of herbs and spices that we should have, in our kitchens, in our cupboards. It's very, very important that we do this. Essential vitamins and supplements. I can tell you right now that vitamin C and vitamin D3 or vitamin D, they are lifesavers. I know of somebody in my family in her 80s, and she had pre-existing conditions, and she had been taking vitamin C and vitamin D just to be taking it like 1,000 milligrams a day. That's just what she made part of her lifestyle. And she discovered that she has COVID 19, and yet she is experiencing none of the symptoms. She's doing so well. You would not think she had it at all. You would maybe think she had the signs of a cold, and yet she's in her mid-80s, and she has pre-existing conditions, including being diagnosed with cancer 5 years ago, and she is doing very well. Liquid chlorophyll is an excellent supplement to have on hand. If you can't always do juices, liquid chlorophyll, you can just take like a capful of that and put it in your water. Cod liver oil is another great modality that we should have. Now, I'm going to also just talk a little bit about what you can do if you or your loved one has to go to a hospital. This is very important. They are saying that they have no treatment, no cure, but that does not mean that you have to silence your voice. Your voices should not be silent. We have to learn how to have different conversations with these doctors. We have to learn how to create a shift. You can and you should tell your doctor what you want, what you think should also be administered to your loved one or to yourself. And one of the things that should definitely always be administered whenever anybody is in a hospital is nutrition. And you can insist on nutritional therapy. You must bring it up to them. Bring up to them the studies on intravenous vitamin C therapy and vitamin C that hospitals are starting to do now. At least there's a hospital in New York, and I gave the name of this doctor, Dr. Andrew Weber of the Northwell Hospital. You can tell your doctors that you know about this what they are doing in New York, and that you would like vitamin C to be a part of its therapy. Also, we have right here, because one of the hospitals in China printed out their protocols where it shows that they are also using vitamin C, intravenous vitamin C. Bring this to your doctor or your healthcare provider. We do not have to go into them hospitals as if, without any concept of what we want to be done, of what we think should happen. Also, demand that the hospital does not talk to your loved one about signing a do not resuscitate order. I have been hearing that has been going on. We have a situation right now where a lot of the normal rules have been bent or disbanded. A lot of the normal rules in terms of hospitals, it's just been gone out the window. And we know we cannot get in to see them. And so we must make sure that we try to stay on top of this, because a lot of things have changed. And like I said, one of the things that I heard from one of the nurses that I know is that the doctors are talking to the patients about do not resuscitate orders. And that patient has nobody with them. No one from their family is there. So you want to make sure they understand, do not bring it up to them. And demand to know all the medications that are being given to your loved ones or to yourself. Try to do morning, afternoon, and evening checks. Demand that you want to know what is going on. They might have online systems where you can check those records. If they don't, this is something we must be working toward. And we also have to revisit that no visitors. We could do something, and we should be pushing for at least having one visitor assigned per patient and making sure that they have personal protection equipment. And then lastly, I want to say, and this is very critical, we have to, doctors, for the most part, do not monitor medications. They do not monitor the side effects. It has been my experience with so many people I visited in those hospitals, including my own family members, that they will give medications, the patient will begin to experience those side effects, and they will not look at the medications. We can no longer accept as normal that when somebody goes into the hospital or when they're under a doctor's care, that their condition gets worse. If you did not come into the hospital with certain symptoms, you should not be leaving the hospital with certain symptoms. Now, some very good tools that I have found that works very well.
Overall, Sister Lisa, we are at time.
Okay, I'm just gonna finish right here real quickly. I have right here the Physician's Desk Reference, a pocket guide. I think people should get that book and be prepared to carry it with you whenever you go visit a doctor or whenever you're in the hospital. And also, there are some additional websites, because you need to check, there's more than one source where you can look up side effects of medications. And I can assure you right now, if you approach a doctor with research in your hand, you are going to change that relationship with them. And that's what you do. When I haven't had the research before, they would just say all medications cause side effects. So I just wanted to make sure that you had this, and this is my guide, what I'm going to be doing and how I'm going to be fighting, and I will definitely share it with you. And I just wanted to, again, give you some definite things that you could think about doing today and implementing. And with that, I will now introduce, I have to remove this from the shared. Is this being seen on the screen?
Yes, this is still being seen on the screen.
Oh, now I see it. Stop the share. Okay. I'm learning. I'm getting better. I'm impressed with myself that I found it so fast. I am now going to introduce a wonderful, wonderful, strong comrade who I am just enjoying so much getting to know better. And she is Dr. Aisha Fields, and she is the International Director of APDAP, the All African Peoples Development Empowerment Program. Dr. Aisha Fields is an applied optical physicist and International Director of the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Program, a nonprofit development organization founded by the Uhuru Movement in 2007. As the director of APDAP, she is responsible for coordinating African community-led healthcare, agricultural, and educational programs on the continent of Africa and in African communities worldwide. Under her leadership, APDAP has built clean water systems, vocational and nursery schools, community farms, maternity centers, and a variety of youth and adult educational programs. Currently, Aisha serves as the chair of the COVID-19 Commission of the Uhuru Movement and is coordinating the development of medical teams in the US and Africa, along with on-the-ground and online outreach efforts aimed at providing the Black community with information and medical care during the time of the global pandemic, APDAP has led many programs in Sierra Leone, West Africa. APDAP medical personnel have trained hundreds of community health workers on the prevention, identification, and treatment of waterborne diseases and on the prevention of Ebola virus disease. APDAP has also worked with networks of midwives, nurses, traditional birth attendants to help to deliver more than 3,000 babies without death of mother or child. That is tremendous. Aisha helped to lead the charge to build Zenzali's Consignment, APDAP's nonprofit clothing consignment store and a fundraiser for its programs. Located in Huntsville, Alabama, Zenzali Consignment offers African-inspired and revolutionary clothing, accessories, home goods, natural personal care products, and more. A cultural and political hub for the African community, Zenzali offers a variety of community programs, skill-building workshops, and social events. And despite the grave conditions of existence faced by African people around the world, Aisha believes that sustainable development for Africa and African communities is possible, but only through self-reliance and self-determination. And she is the proud mother of 3 beautiful children, Sister Aisha Fields.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, Sister Lisa. I just really want to express my most profound appreciation for the invitation to participate in this conference and for that tremendous overview that you just gave. I think it was really important way to start this conference and to start this discussion around COVID-19. I really want to salute your work as the Black is Back healthcare coordinator, and I want to salute all of the leaders in this Black is Back coalition. So as was stated, my name is Dr. Aisha Fields, and I'm the director of APDAP, which is an organization that was established by the African People's Socialist Party that leads the Uhuru Movement. And we were established in 2007. And our responsibility within the Uhuru Movement is to collectivize the skills African people have around the world in order to build concrete community-based development programs in the areas of agriculture, education, and healthcare. So now for more than 13 years, APDAP has been calling on and winning African people everywhere to take up the responsibility that we believe we have to the African nation. As members and volunteers with APDEP, we acknowledge that the skills that we possess do not belong to us as individuals. They belong to and have to be used for the masses of African people who, no matter where we find ourselves, whether we're in the United States, whether we're in Europe, whether we're in the Caribbean, South America, or in the continent of Africa itself, we live under the most horrible colonial conditions. And we recognize that African doctors, nurses, mental health workers, scientists, teachers, and other skilled people, we do have a role to play in the African liberation movement, and that role is for us to contribute our skills to not only building, concrete programs that will help to, in the short term, improve the quality of life of our people, but that we have a responsibility to be a part of the overall trajectory that African people have to be on to totally transform the conditions that have been imposed on us, so that we recognize that there is ultimately political struggle that's necessary, and that the economic and social systems that right now dominate African people have to be overturned. So we take on our responsibility to, use our skills towards that end. And I really want to salute, my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who is the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, also serves as the chairman of the Black is Back Coalition, for his vision and his work towards, really building political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. And that has really been the strategic basis of the work for the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement for more than 50 years. And I really also want to salute Chairman Omali for establishing our party and movement's COVID-19 People's War Commission, which is our people's response to this global pandemic. So as the director of APDEP, I'm responsible for leading this commission, which has the following responsibilities. One, to identify and distribute best practices and other recommendations for the prevention of COVID-19. Two, to propose COVID-19 related internal Uhuru movement and community protocols. Three, use all available Uhuru movement platforms and others available to us, distribute information regarding the status of the coronavirus pandemic, any implications for the African community, and any efforts or information that will help the African community. Four, sum up the coronavirus pandemic politically and help to implement strategies for continuing the anti-colonial struggle during this crisis. And finally, to build Project Black Ankh. So since the formal establishment of this commission on March 12, 2020, our organization and movement have been incredibly busy carrying out our work. Our medical advisory team has developed protocols, everything from how to minimize your risk while grocery shopping to how to care for yourself or a loved one who's diagnosed with COVID-19. Our outreach teams throughout the United States and Africa have been distributing informational posters, leaflets, and brochures, informing the African working class on best practices, personal and home hygiene, tips for boosting our immune systems, and how to prepare for and manage ourselves and our families during quarantine. Our social media pages and websites have been transformed into repositories for all things COVID-19, offering health information, resources for homeschooling, gardening tips, and financial resources for individuals and small businesses. Our journal, Burning Spear newspaper, has been publishing incredibly important political summations, allowing us to understand the coronavirus as a colonial virus, exposing this pandemic as only the most recent example of how African people and other oppressed peoples find ourselves utterly vulnerable and disproportionately affected by this other capitalist created disasters due to the lack of power over our own lives. This morning, I'd like to discuss APDEP's work to reignite Project Black Ankh, which is a program that we have built as the African nation's response to the Red Cross. Project Black Ankh was initiated by APDEP in 2014 as a response to the Ebola epidemic in West Africa. It was created out of a need to ensure that African people have our own independent capacity to respond to natural and imperialist imposed disasters that impact African people anywhere. At the time of the Ebola epidemic, we had a sizable APDEP organization on the ground in Sierra Leone, which is also where APDEP initiated our first development programs. Sierra Leone had been the location of many important APDEP programs, including some of the ones that Sister Lisa talked about. We had 2 maternity health centers, multi-acre vegetable and cassava farms, rainwater harvesting programs, vocational school, a nursery school, and a variety of youth and adult education programs. When Ebola hit, APDEP was not in a position to provide direct care for people infected with Ebola, but we did have the ability to make some other important interventions based on the skills that our APDEP members had, not only on the ground in Sierra Leone, but in other parts of the world. So Project Black Ankh Sierra Leone initiated a process that trained 50 community people to serve as community health workers, learning how to identify and prevent Ebola virus disease. We also connected with 40 Ebola survivors and their families, providing them with food, water, medicine, and sanitation supplies. You know, and as the Ebola survivors began to return home to their communities, there were real hurdles, you know, that they were faced with based on the fear that a lot of people had in the community around Ebola. So what we did to try to help address the stigma was for APDEP members to work with community entertainers who created skits and jingles that were performed throughout the community, holding up Ebola survivors as heroes, calling on the community to embrace them, you know, as such. Since that time, Project Black Ankh has intervened in Houston, African communities in Houston in response to Hurricane Harvey in 2017. But it's only now in the era of COVID-19 that APDEP has determined to build Project Black Ankh as a permanent program of APDEP as the African nation's response to the Red Cross. And as all of us know, you know, we all watched in horror as our brothers and sisters drowned in New Orleans. During Hurricane Katrina, we cried as we viewed the deaths and the destruction in the aftermath of the Haiti earthquakes. And we were scared and felt mostly helpless as we learned that colonial Ebola virus was ravaging West Africa. We felt a sense of sameness, though. African people everywhere, we felt that. And we all wanted to do something, but the only way that most of us had, we thought would be contributing to a way forward, was to donate to the Red Cross or to some other imperialist charity. We know now, though, that despite the billions of dollars we gave to help our brothers and sisters in Haiti, Red Cross squandered that money and built something like 3 houses. We saw the Clinton Foundation give relief money for Haiti to Chelsea Clinton for a wedding gift. And we saw organizations rescuing dogs and cats while African people drowned in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. And now during the COVID-19 pandemic, we see African people in the United States making up the majority of the deaths from this disease and are bracing ourselves for what may happen should this virus really take hold in Africa and the Caribbean. So all of this is what informs us that the time is now for African people to build our own independent capacity to take care of ourselves and our people. We are determined that now is the time to build and sustain Project Black Ankh. So as I said before, Black Ankh is being built as a humanitarian aid and disaster relief organization for the African nation. Our primary mission is to carry out relief operations, assist African victims of natural disasters and other emergencies anywhere they may occur in the African world. Our work focuses on disaster preparedness, disaster response, and community health. We're a volunteer program of APDEP that promotes self-reliance and self-determination for African people, and which practices African internationalist solidarity with the oppressed and colonized people of the world. We work, for a day where African people are free of daily insecurity and fear, where African people can receive care, resources, and hope, where we're ready and prepared for disasters, and where we have a community that's being trained constantly to deal with emergency situations that affect our people. I think it's really important to say that our work is not charity. This is not a charity model that we're taking on. This is the work of African people determined, to be self-reliant and self-determining. So, people can participate in our Project Black Ankh programs. One of the things that I want to, because I know time is winding down, one of the things that I want to talk about is our the 2 main programs that we have right now to address the issue of COVID-19. As I mentioned earlier, not only have we been establishing community protocols and establishing community outreach teams that have been working throughout the United States and Africa, distributing informational materials, postering. We've distributed hundreds, if not thousands, of posters and brochures throughout the United States and Africa. But now we're transitioning to focus on two really important aspects of our work. First is the establishment of a telehealth program. And so for those who may not be aware, telehealth is a practice of using technology to evaluate or diagnose and provide care for patients at a distance. So, so our telehealth program is really something that's going to offer African people who, as we said, are really being hardest hit with this COVID-19 access to medical support. So we have established a process where within the next month, we're going to be rolling out our telehealth program. We've been winning African doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners, mental health professionals, and other African healthcare workers to donate time to set up this online clinic, as of sorts. African people, not only in the United States, but wherever they may be, who have access to a telephone or who have access to the internet. If they have COVID-19 related questions, maybe they're at home caring for a loved one who has COVID-19. Maybe they themselves have COVID-19, or maybe there may be some kind of medical situation that happens in their home that they might normally see their doctor for, or go to urgent care, or go to the emergency room, but because the hospitals are overrun, with COVID-19 patients, the whole system is essentially being prepared for collapse. Don't have access, to our, normal avenues for healthcare. So our helpline will not only, our telehealth program will not only address issues related to COVID-19, but if there's some other situation that you need medical support for, you can access our nurses, doctors, and other healthcare professionals through our telehealth program to help with that. We're really excited about that and really grateful for the support and unity that African healthcare workers have given to this project. And we really want to say that this is open to African people everywhere. So not only are African doctors and nurses from the United States, Africa, the Caribbean, Cuba, wherever African healthcare professionals and others who are willing to work under the guidelines of this project, wherever you are, you can plug into this process. Also, it's available again for Africans anywhere to access. So you don't have to be in the United States. Wherever you are, if you can have a telephone or access to the internet, you can have access to this telehealth program, which we're working on rolling out within the next month. Another really important program that we're involved in right now is our Community Brigade program. We know that there are lots of vulnerable people in our community, and not only are we having to deal with the question of the health implications of COVID-19, but we're having to deal with the implications of various levels of quarantine, and our people, many of our people don't have the ability to shop for 3 or 4 weeks worth of groceries, don't have the resources for that. Or even if you do, you may go to your store and the things that you need are not there, the things you need for fever reduction or the vitamin C or all of the things that, we would need to continue to keep our immune systems up, to feed our.
We can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So our Community Brigade is a process where our outreach teams are transitioning now and being the front line to identify in the communities where we're working who are the vulnerable in our community. Who are the people, who are the elders that can't get to the grocery store? Who are the people who might have special needs that don't have the ability to get their medicines? Who are the people that might have extra rice? Who are the people that might have extra of something else that could be distributed? Where are the needs? Where are the people who need those things, and connecting our community and being people who make the runs to make sure that people get what they need, who are heading to the store. We're working with essential workers who might have the ability to travel back and forth for some official reason, who can be a part of this process, where others may not have the ability to do that. So our on the ground forces are leading the charge around that. The same people who've been putting out the hundreds and thousands of posters and leaflets are spearheading that, but other people can join this process. They can join a Community Brigade that might already exist in a community where we've been working. If people want to start one in their own community, then they can, contact us by sending an email at info@developmentforafrica.org. letting us know that they want to be able to participate in the community brigade. You don't have to be a healthcare worker. You don't have to have any specialized skills. You just have to be someone who wants to ensure the safety and protection of our community. So we also want to just call on African healthcare workers who may be participating in this webinar, who may see it later, people who might know of African healthcare workers, again, and others who are willing to work under the guidelines of our program, to go to our website, developmentforafrica.org. You can, on the very front page, there's a place there where you can click if you want to join our COVID-19 healthcare team. We are, we're very, seriously making the call for people to participate in that. I know my time is running out, but before I go, I wanted just to say something very quickly as reminders for us. We know that right now, we're in a critical time in the United States. Over the next few weeks, they're really expecting a tremendous spike in the number of cases of COVID-19 and deaths. And we already saw yesterday that United States, I think, was over 2,000 deaths in one day. This was over the projections that they had indicated. They thought they were going to be much, maybe 100,000 less than, how many actually did die yesterday. So we're calling on African people. Don't wait on anybody, your governor, your mayor, anybody to tell you what you need to do. We need to be understanding that we need to be staying close to home right now the next few weeks. Don't go anywhere, including the grocery store or pharmacy, unless it's absolutely necessary. Coronavirus spreads through the air and it lives on surfaces. People can be carriers of the virus and don't know it and can still spread it. Try to maintain at least 10 feet. I know we've been hearing 6 feet. Let's try to maintain at least 10 feet distance from other people when we're out in public. If you have to go to work, or if you have to go out for any reason, wear a mask or a bandana and glasses to cover your eyes. Wash your hands often with soap for at least 20 seconds, especially before you touch eyes, nose, and mouth. If you're out somewhere and you can't wash your hands, carry or use a hand sanitizer, has at least 60% alcohol. Frequently disinfect surfaces at your job, in your car, or on your bicycle. Stay healthy. Follow those tips that Sister Lisa talked about. Work on boosting your immune system. Eat healthy foods. Drink plenty of water. Get adequate rest. Get exercise in non-contact sports like walking, biking, or calisthenics. If you're experiencing any of the following symptoms: fever of 100.3 or higher, a persistent dry cough, loss of taste or smell, or fatigue, self-isolate. That would mean manage your symptoms at home. Don't go outside in public for any reason unless it's absolutely necessary. And if you live with others, make sure you limit your interaction with them and limit your time in common household spaces. Use separate utensils for eating. Use a separate bathroom if that's possible, and pay special attention to cleaning any surfaces you may touch or use in common with others. A full protocol can be found on our website, again, which is developmentforafrica.org. If you experience any of the following emergency symptoms of COVID-19, please seek medical attention immediately. If you have difficulty breathing or persistent pain in your chest, if you have bluish lips or face, if you start experiencing confusion, this is not an exhaustive list. So please seek medical attention if you experience any symptom that you feel is severe, even if it's not on that list. So also, again, I want to invite everybody to visit our website, again, developmentforafrica.org, get helpful tips and protocols for resources for homeschooling, growing food, and for links to economic resources that may be available to you. I really want to appreciate the opportunity to participate in this webinar. I want to say that we will get through this, African people, but we know we're going to get through it because we're creating for ourselves the structures, the protocols, the organization, the mechanisms for us to get through it. That's how we know we're going to get through it. So let's continue to do what we can. That's protect and defend the African community, the African nation at all costs. Thank you again for the opportunity to present.
Uhuru. Uhuru, thank you to you both, Sister Lisa and Dr. Aisha Fields. We have a couple of questions that have come in through email. Again, if you want any questions to be answered throughout this weekend, it has to go to info@blackisbackcoalition.org. The first question comes from Jackson. who is watching from St. Pete, Florida. This is a question for Aisha. He says, will the telehealth program ensure that people calling in can receive doctor's notes and or prescriptions? And he specifies that he asked because a lot of testing sites for COVID-19 won't accept anyone.
Sister Elikia, if you don't know, you're jammed, you're paused. Okay.
Uhuru?
Oh, yeah, now it's good.
Okay. Did you hear the question at all?
No.
I heard part of it. Could you read it again, please?
Okay. So it says, will the telehealth program ensure that people calling in can receive doctor's notes and or prescriptions? And then he said that a lot of COVID-19 sites, testing sites, won't accept anyone who does not have a prescription. And also, not all workplaces are letting their employees stay home, and some require a doctor's note not to do so. So, yes, that's the question.
I appreciate that question. We've been discussing that, and we're looking at whether or not we're going to be able to actually provide prescriptions and that kind of thing. We're not sure yet that we're going to have the capacity to do that. That's definitely something that's being discussed in our medical advisory team.
Uhuru, thank you. Our next two questions actually come for Aisha. One wanted you to repeat the email address that you said. So you can start with that while I pull up the next.
So the email address is info, I-N-F-O, at developmentforafrica.org, info@developmentforafrica.org. And there's also a telephone number, which is 256-281-1344. So it's info@developmentforafrica.org, and the telephone number is 256-281-1344.
Uhuru, thank you. This question says, comes from Zakele Makondo, who says, can we have set rules or ways on how to use bandanas and cloth?
Yes, that's helpful. We have a video that we created on how to make your own mask. We're currently working on other designs for masks that can be made available on our website. So if people have access to internet right now, they can go to our website, developmentforafrica.org, and see a video of how to make a how to make a mask out of a bandana. But we're working, like I said, we're working on developing other designs as well that we'll have on the website.
Uhuru, we have about 2 minutes left for this section, so I don't know if anyone else wanted to say anything, any of the other steering committee members, Lisa Davis.
Well, I just also want to emphasize the importance of coming together as a community. And I know in Newark, we are working with various people within our community, various organizations, to make sure that we are providing support for each other. We try to do this very localized initially because it's important to be able to get to people who live in your neighborhood if they need somebody. But I really want to encourage people to do that, to use the internet, to use every access that you have available to you to make sure that we are connected to each other. We are, and we always have been, our own liberators. This system is not going to do that for us. But the great thing about us that we have to know is that we have a wonderful, wonderful tradition in terms of the sciences and health that is not necessarily, should not be seen through the lens of this colonialist capitalist system. So we do have ways. We have to awaken that. We have to awaken to that, and talking to our neighbors and finding out how we can help each other. I also think it's good for people to join groups on Facebook and social media about different things that people can do, and even about healthy choices that people can make. I personally really do prefer the natural modalities or natural alternatives, because there's usually very little risk involved in nutritional sources. However, if you are looking into herbs, although I feel they are very powerful, but we should look at them as medicinal. And I know that herbs can have various interactions with medications and just with things in general. And it really does require somebody who's much more knowledgeable, somebody who's much more skilled and who knows much more than I do. So if people are going to use herbs, I would strongly suggest that they really do seek that kind of advice from a professional. But I certainly do believe that herbal medications and herbal remedies are very, very strong. But I don't encourage people to take as many chances with them as I do with people with vitamins or just changing their diet. So I just wanted to emphasize that.
Uhuru, this is one last question for, two questions. Dr. Aisha Fields, one comes from Brother Cam Howard, who is actually a presenter on today's program. If one wants to put out a call in their city for Project Black Ankh, is there a training for how to organize? And the second comes from Luezi Kinshasa, who is the Secretary General of the African Socialists International, watching from London. He just wanted to know, has there been any clarifications on whether or not COVID-19 is indeed airborne or not? Because there has been some uncertainty about that.
Guru, I think I can start with the second question first. And it's airborne. Okay. Yeah, it's airborne. And the question that Brother Cam asked about the training for organizing Project Black Ankh, I really want to appreciate that. That question from Brother Cam, because that's one of the things that we're really wanting to be able to do, is to be able to have support from other organizers and organizations and individuals to be able to help us to make the call for people to come into Project Black Ankh as volunteers in our medical advisory team working in our telehealth programs, and for people to know that the program exists and that they can access it. So I would say that right now, the best thing is for people to go to our website. There are links for people, to be able to go ahead and complete like a volunteer application form that then comes to our medical advisory team, and then we reach out to them, be able to identify the best place where their skills would fit within the health program or other programs of Project Black Ankh. And also, I think so individuals can do that, but what I would like to see, if it would be possible, Brother Cam, if I could reach out to you and we can have a discussion, because I think what you're implying is that there may be more support that you're willing to offer beyond just directing people to the website. So if that's okay, I'd like to reach out to you to see, if there are greater implications maybe for what you're suggesting based on your question.
And also, I just wanted to add one final comment in terms of how health and how we treat it is very politicized, because we know that when this first broke out in the United States, the CDC and the World Health Organization were saying, oh, you don't need to wear a mask. Oh, no, you don't need to wear it. And that a mask is not going to prevent you. You just have to wear it if you have the disease. And now they've completely changed that. Mm-hmm. And I think that has a lot to do with who can ultimately even understand or comprehend the mind of the colonizers. But we do know that there was a complete breakdown. Mm-hmm. We saw the complete ineptness of what I will call a no healthcare system that we have, in which there was not enough supplies or anything like that. And what we should understand is that when the World Health Organization did call this a global emergency, they said it was a global emergency with the advice that countries needed to prepare and to make sure that they had the ability to do the testing that was going to be needed to be done. But of course, that's not how the United States chose to respond at all. Mm-hmm. And just one other thing I want to say, they talked about how they made a wall against China and they cut off travel. They didn't cut off travel going into China. That's not what happened. What they did was they prevented Chinese nationals, which means Chinese people, foreign nationals, from being able to come into the United States. In the meantime, Americans, quote unquote, were allowed to travel back and forth freely So that is also the stupidity that we're dealing with as well in terms of this mindset. So.
Uhuru, Uhuru, thank you once again. Thank you to you both, Lisa Davis and Dr. Aisha Fields, for that presentation. So we will now move our program forward, our agenda forward, and we are at the call for membership and resources for the Black is Back Coalition. At this time, we're making a call on all individuals who would like to join the Black is Back community, the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, whether as an individual or as an organization, to do so today. As stated earlier in the conference, the Black is Back Coalition is made up of about 17 organizations at the moment. And we have individuals who become members who are assigned to different working groups that we have. Our working groups are Black Community Control of the Police, the Reparations Working Group, the Healthcare Working Group, the Halt Gentrification Working Group, and the Free All Political Prisoners Working Group.
Yes, and we are also asking for any Black organizations that would love to be a part of the coalition to join today by visiting blackisbackcoalition.org. We need you. The more people we have who join, the more we can get the work done. And you can see that we are about getting the work done and implementing programs.
Uhuru. So individual membership fees are $25 a year. You can also join with a 2 or 3 year membership payment of $25 per year. So you can either join with $25 or you can join with $50 and $75, which will determine how long you are a member for before you have to renew. Members are given membership cards and are assigned to the working group of your choice.
Yes, and organizational membership fees are $200 a year for international organizations, $150 a year for national organizations, and $50 a year for state, local, or provincial organizations. Organizations are given a certificate of affiliation, and a representative of the organization will sit on the steering committee of the coalition. Again, the website is blackisbackcoalition.org.
We are also calling for the support of all of our viewers, whether you are a member of the coalition or not, to make a financial contribution to the coalition. We have seen some resources coming in already right before this live stream and during this live stream. We have a goal of raising a total of $2,000 for the weekend, which is $1,000 per day, and we will be announcing each day how much we are raising and as resources come in.
Yes, and remember that your resources support the work of the coalition as well as our conferences and other events. No amount is too little or too big to make. So please visit blackisbackcoalition.org and make your donation today. And understand we don't accept any kind of contributions or anything from any outside organizations, any governments, or anything like that. You know, we are the solutions we have been looking for. And so we are you, and we can do this work with your support.
Uhuru, we want to thank so far Comrade Jackson Hollingsworth, who has contributed $10 to the coalition. This is our first contribution today, during the live stream, and we will be announcing the others as they come in. And we just really, we need your support. The coalition exists. We have 17 different organizations, different political lines. However, we are united around our principles of unity. As you can see, just from the first couple of presentations we had alone, there is a lot that is housed within the coalition. Who we are, what we do, what we believe, and what we stand for when it comes to the Black community. And a lot of people who attend our events know the type of conferences we hold. We hold the Electoral Campaign School, which, as Chairman mentioned earlier, our 4th Electoral Campaign School was originally scheduled for today, and tomorrow, which had to be pushed back because of this colonial virus. We have our annual conferences held each August. We have our annual March on the White House, rally, march, and conferences, which are held every November. And we bring these discussions to our community to educate our community what an agenda should look like, what a national Black political agenda for self-determination, what self-determination looks like, what the points should be, and how we should understand all of these different questions that affect our lives, how we should understand healthcare, how we should understand the question of prisons and political prisoners, how we should understand gentrification, how we should sum up reparations and what that means for our community. So we want to be able to keep this work going. We want to have another 10 years of the coalition and even beyond that, because we are 10 years old right now. So that is 10 years of different Black organizations working together. Although there's a myth that exists that Black people can't work together, our existence shows that that is just a myth. Black people can work together, and we can work together for the benefit of our community. So again, we urge you to visit blackisbackcoalition.org. Become a member. If you are an organization, have your organization become a member. If you are an individual, become a member and join one of our working groups. And also make a contribution, make a donation.
And when I think about them dead presidents, I can't think of any better way that I'd like to make them turn over in their grave than to taking money with their faces on it and putting it toward our revolution. That always inspires me to dig deeper. When I think about, I'll take your little dead presidents and this is how I will use you to build up the Black liberation movement. So please give what you can. No amount is too small or too big. But again, as you can see, we are about doing the work, and this is how we do the work. We are boots on the ground. And when I say boots on the ground, I mean boots on the ground. Our boots don't rest. Our boots keep walking and marching and building for justice and for what is right.
Uhuru, I want to announce that we have another $10 that just came in. We just have $25 that just came in from Comrade Wendy Craig. Thank you, Comrade, for your contribution to the coalition and to our work. We want to see this number rising. We want to meet our goal. Again, we have Comrade Ali Aiello, who has contributed $20 to the coalition, as I was announcing Wendy Craig's contribution. We want to make $1,000 today and $1,000 tomorrow. That is a total of $2,000 over the weekend. We thank you for those who have donated so far, and we thank those that will donate as this conference goes on.
Yes, Uhuru.
Uhuru. So I do want to move to the next part of the program. And this is a series of presentations where each point that is being discussed represents a working group of the coalition, as well as one of the points on the 19-point National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination developed by the coalition. And these presentations will happen in a row, and then there will be a period of question and answer for all of these presentations at one time. So we're gonna go straight through the presentations. And right now, I would like to introduce Brother Cam Howard, who will be speaking to the theme of reparations, especially in the time of crisis. He is speaking to us from Chicago, Illinois. He is the chair of the Reparations Working Group on the coalition and represents the Amos N. Wilson Institute on the coalition steering committee. So please help me welcome Brother Cam Howard. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Uhuru, it is a pleasure to be here today to speak to this issue of reparations in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic or crisis in the Black community. I have a PowerPoint presentation that I would like to use to facilitate my conversation. While that is being loaded, I don't know if Tim was going to load it or should I just share my screen? Just let me know how you want me to do that. But while that's being loaded, I really want to appreciate the introduction by the chairman setting the tone for why this particular conversation is necessary, as well as to appreciate the presentations by Comrade Vice Chair Lisa Davis and Comrade Dr. Aisha Fields. Very, very important messages that we need to hear, and certainly none of what we would get from any of these so-called mainstream sources, and even sources within the Black community who have not had their political consciousness raised to the level of those who are steering committee chairs and members of the Black is Back Coalition. So I really want to appreciate the conversations that have preceded mine and has came forth so far. Are we ready with the PowerPoint?
I see something that says you can share your screen.
Okay, I can share my screen. Let me pull it up there. One second. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, yes.
All right, so the title of this presentation is Reparations Within the Context of the COVID-19 Crisis. And I'll talk about quickly the disparate infection and deaths rates among Black, some of the suggested reasons that not only most Black people in the healthcare profession, as well as most people in mainstream America, suggesting the reasons why there is disparate infection and death. I'll talk about transgeneration epigenetic injury as really the underlying cause of why we're dying at rates higher than anyone else. I'll speak to how epigenetic injury speaks directly to reparations. This gives us the position to boldly, brazenly raise the issue of reparations during this context. Then I'll finally look at what we must do and how does the reparations look in the COVID context. As we know, there's all type of city after city, we're seeing more Black sufferings from coronavirus pandemic than any other people. In St. Louis, they are saying that the Root reported that 100% of the deaths in St. Louis are Black. In Milwaukee County, 81% of the deaths are Black. In Chicago, 74% of the deaths are Black. In Detroit, 80% of the infected are Black. In the city of 79% of the people are Black, 80% of the infected are Black. We don't know what the death rate is. It should be as high as the infection rate when we look at Black brothers and sisters in Detroit. In Louisiana, an entire state, 70% of deaths in the entire state of a population of 32% Black, 70% of the deaths in the state are Black. So city after city, no matter where we go in this country, we're going to see that these same disproportionate numbers of infections and death be represented in our community. What are the reasons why people are giving, why Black people are dying or infected and dying at higher rates? Most of what you hear, article after article, all point to some form of the many manifestations of structural racism and the history of racial discrimination. Jesse Jackson put out a piece in the Chicago Crusader where he was most comprehensive in his analysis and this stream of analysis, that is structural racism and what I'm calling the toxic environment of living in America. He says that it was white racism, neglect and discrimination, lynching with no indictments, this whole idea of this whole history of wrong being done to us and no punishment for it, lack of education and skills training, denied access to capital, having been redlined and segregated, living in high density, unsafe and unsanitary housing, segregated housing, that we have 2 times the unemployment rate, that we're disproportionately incarcerated and police profile, that we're social vilified and ridiculed, that we lack adequate health insurance, we're disproportionately poor, we work longer hours and make less, and then the pre-existing illnesses that most people are contributing, hypertension, heart disease, asthma, diabetes, cancer, stress, etc. So when we look at reasons why Black people, we look at reasons why it is said that Black people incur the infection and death rates more than anyone else, some of this will come up in almost every article, every person's analysis. But we say that these are secondary reasons and that the primary reason is the transgenerational epigenetic injury that we suffer from as a result of the history of violence, 500-year history in Americas, and certainly 400 plus here in the United States of America and its original colonies. I wrote an article that was printed in the Chicago Crusader 2 days ago called Transgenerational Epigenetic Injury as the Cause of the Higher Black Deaths from COVID-19. And I'm just going to be sharing what I stated in that article and how it gives us the radical stream of Black America a bold and brazen voice to speak on reparations in this context. So what is transgenerational epigenetics or transgenerational epigenetic injury? It is a new form of science that has shown that environmental issues can alter, mutate, or modify a portion of our gene. So there's 2 forms of environmental injury. One is the trauma that we've suffered, the trauma of enslavement, Jim Crow, and post-Jim Crow crimes that have been committed against us. So we know that here in America, we've experienced over 246 years of enslavement, 100 years of Jim Crow, and then Jim Crow apartheid, and then the post-Jim Crow police terror and mass incarceration and all these other forms of terror that has been impacted upon that have been targeted toward our community. All of these traumas that we face, science has shown can alter, modify, or mutate a portion of the gene. Science also shows that when you remove people from their land and you take them and feed them a totally different diet than what they had existed on for hundreds and thousands of years, that too can have a injurious effect on the epigene within their DNA. So we know that we were forcefully removed from our continent, and for hundreds of years we were fed a diet primarily of cornmeal and fat. That led to the modification of our epigene as well as the trauma that we existed during enslavement. And that damaged epigene or that damaged gene is passed down generationally. That's where the transgenerational context comes in. Because once the gene has been altered, then it is passed down from generation to generation. And so here today, we exist with this modified gene, and science also shows that modified gene predisposes us to the type of injuries that we exist in our community. The high rates of diabetes, the high rates of hypertension, heart attacks, strokes, etc. All these so-called pre-existing illnesses that COVID-19 affects, it is not the COVID-19, it is not these pre-existing illnesses that leads to the death. It's the predisposition of these illnesses that occurred from the traumas of enslavement, the traumas of Jim Crow, and this gross change in our diet that we existed in this country. So it's these original crimes that leads to the pre-existing illnesses where the COVID-19 can now come in and wreak havoc in our community. And we're seeing that by the numbers. Again, St. Louis, 100% of the deaths. Milwaukee County, 81% of the deaths. Detroit, 80% of the infected. And all of this is because of these original crimes that were committed against our people that predisposes us to those injuries that the COVID-19 is taking advantage of. So when we talk about all those things Jesse Jackson talked about, the lack of adequate health care, the macro and micro racial aggressions, the unemployment, all those things that he talked about and these others are talking about, we say that is really symptoms of a toxic environment of America in which Black people live in. And then it's this toxic environment that triggers the gene to click on that allows for these diseases to develop. I hope everybody's following me. So in a nutshell, it's the transgenerational epigenetic injury from enslavement that is the predisposed state that we exist in that allows for these major illnesses to develop. The toxic environment interacts with the genetic damage and leads to the disproportionate illnesses and early death. Thus, it is the genetic damage that is the cause of high deaths in our community from COVID-19, and not the environment, but the genetic damage that is impacted by the environment that leads to these higher rates of infection and deaths in our community. And thus, the conclusion for us is that reparations are due, because it is the injuries of enslavement from which we are dying of COVID-19 today. We have to make that connection. So what must we do? We must seize this time. Currently, the president, Congress, the CDC, state and local legislators are all recognizing this disparate impact of COVID infection and deaths among Black people. We must use this focus on Blacks to get resources directed now to our community to address this injury. $2.2 trillion was targeted toward the COVID-related impact in America. Nancy Pelosi was on the NAACP, Nancy Pelosi, who's the Speaker of the House, was on the NAACP webinar the other night and saying they're seeking another $250 billion and that they're trying to redirect some of those resources to rural communities that would have a disproportionate positive effect on Black people. So the idea of channeling resources to Black people is already out there among current legislators, non-Black current legislators. The state of Michigan created the Michigan Coronavirus Task Force on Racial Disparities. It's not going to look at the transgenerational epigenetic injury. It's going to look at those social toxins that trigger the genetic injury, but it's not going to look at the actual injury. And I'm raising this because I'm saying, again, already this country is looking for ways to target resources for this disproportionate impact of this virus on African people. We have to tie this into the context of reparations. So how does it look like how does reparations look like in the context of COVID? Because right now there's this atmosphere of channeling resources to our Black people, we raise the issue of reparations. We say we want a national center for transgenerational epigenetic injury for research of transgenerational epigenetic injury to be housed at either McCary Medical School or the Howard College of Medicine, these two Black medical schools. McCary Medical School has a center for genome research, or the Center of the Human Genome. So they already have a genetic department within the McCary Medical College. Right now, they're trying to redirect resources. We want to push the issue that these resources should be going to these Black institutions, petty bourgeois or however, but these Black institutions that can begin to look at not only COVID, but these how these pre-existing illnesses develop from this altered gene and how we can mitigate it through diet and nutrition and other lifestyle changes, because science is saying now, there's some science out there that's saying that, as Comrade Lisa Davis said, how important nutrition is. There's some science out there that's saying nutrition can have a mitigating effect of the toxins in our environment on our DNA. They're not saying in those terms, but they're saying that transgenerational epigenetic injury can be mitigated by nutrition. In Chicago and Illinois, we have legislation that's in effect to try to push for a reparations commission. In both of those legislations, I had the opportunity to help write. I mainly wrote both of those bills, and they were written in September. We called for a transgenerational epigenetic research center at the Cook County Hospital, prior to COVID, knowing that these injuries, these so-called pre-existing illnesses that we face, has a genetic and has a enslavement and apartheid and other criminal actions origin in our communities. We're looking for the mass distribution, Comrade Lisa, of nutritional supplements to Black households. Many of you may recall in the 1980s, the government tried to bail out the dairy industry and sent hundreds of millions of dollars to the dairy industry. And what they ended up with this overproduction of cheese. And so the government says, what are we gonna do with all this cheese? So they begin distributing blocks of cheese to every household in America to try to get rid of this cheese, and said it was for nutritional purposes, but it was actually that the government had all this surplus cheese. But we know that the government can administer and distribute products to households if they desire. And so the same way they distributed government cheese, we're looking for a national nutritional supplement distribution to Black households. And at the minimum, those supplements, as Comrade Lisa stated, who's chair of our Health Working Commission, vitamin C should be at the very basis of that. And vitamin D, as Comrade Lisa said, should be at the basis of those nutritional supplements, because we know, coming from an African environment, we were exposed to the sun. And science is showing that a lot of the cancers that Black people develop is a result of vitamin D inefficiency. And so vitamin D has to be one of the minimum basic supplements that this government, via a reparations program, should be administering to our people. And N-acetylcysteine, or NAC, is one of the major nutrients that lead to a healthy and strong immune system. So these are things, this is how reparations will look in the context of COVID. And see, we also want to use this focus to get resources for mass education on the dietary needs of our people. During enslavement, we existed on a survival diet. Again, they provided us with calories. Calories are units of energy in order to do work. They provided us with calories in the form of cornmeal and fat. That was it. Our ancestors, in their brilliance, supplemented that diet with vast sources of protein, but they knew they needed protein. So they used the pig ears, they used the pig snout, they used the pig intestines, the pig tails, and the salt pork. That was a survival diet that helped us make it through enslavement. Today, we have reestablished that survival diet in the forms of French fries and fried food. Again, a carbohydrate and bad fat, a bad protein, and massive fat, because we fry everything. We need to get back, we need, as a form of resource, reparations, a massive re-education program on the dietary needs of Blacks that's specific to our community, because no other people have went through the dietary or the dietary, post-dietary restrictions for hundreds of years of nutrients that our people have existed. We're also having, and Cobra has also began to have a conversation with Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who's pushed forth H.R. 40, Senator Cory Booker, who authored a companion bill in the Senate to H.R. 40, and Congresswoman Karen Bass, who's the chair of the of the Congressional Black Caucus. We want to have these conversations with these so-called Black leaders right now, while the Speaker of the House and everybody and the President and all these people in white power are saying that Black people deserve some special attention, while they are saying that we want to have this conversation with these leaders and say we need to push this reparations program right now, because it is the injury to our genetic composition from which we are dying from COVID-19, and not the toxic environment. The toxic environment is just the trigger for which it allows these illnesses to develop, which allows COVID to have its reign in our community.
Uhuru, Brother Cam, we have 1 minute left.
And that is the conclusion of our presentation.
Right.
Uhuru, thank you, thank you. And I want to remind everybody, if you are tuned in on Facebook, you can leave your question in the comment section and they will be addressed when we get to the Q&A portion. If you are tuned in via Zoom, you have to email them to info@blackisbackcoalition.org for them to be recognized. I do want to announce that we have a few more donations that came in. We have Comrade Lisa Watson, who has donated $50. We have Comrade Matum, watching out of Philly, who has contributed $50. We have Bakari, watching in from California, $10. We have Comrade Suchas, watching from Cali, $40. We have Sister Jeneba, who has contributed $20. And we have Comrade Abdullah, who has contributed $25. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll come back with a total as more resources come in. So now I would like to present our next presenter, which is Brother Diab Olugbala, who chairs the Black Community Control of the Police Working Group of the coalition, and that is the subject that he will be speaking to. Brother Diab is speaking to us from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Uhuru, Brother Diab.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. All right.
All right.
All right.
Uhuru, comrades. It's good to see everybody. So I'm going to talk about, I have a PowerPoint presentation. As Comrade Likia stated, I'm the chair of the Black Community Control of Police Working Group for the Black is Back Coalition. And the presentation I'm about to give is specifically dealing with the question of Black community security as it relates to the coronavirus that is wreaking havoc in our community at this point, and all of the political and economic implications that has to our security and livelihood. And so is the PowerPoint up right now? Because I can't see it if it is.
I think you might, do you have any way where you can share it from your screen?
Well, I'm not the one that controls it. I was
Uhuru,
told.
our engineers do have access to that PowerPoint, so please have that. There we go.
Okay.
Nice. All right, so yeah, the title of this presentation is People's War Against the Colonial State, Waging the Struggle for Black Community Control of Police in a Time of Quarantine and Martial Law. Slide. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna be real quick about this, but the goals of the BCCP campaign is, one, the immediate withdrawal of the colonial police force from the Black community. 2, slide. In addition, we want the right to a Black Community Control of Police Commission and a Black Workers Council comprised of a democratically elected representatives from each block and neighborhood from within each what we call a Black community district, or areas within the city that are primarily comprised of African population. Slide. And of course, that would mean that the black community itself would have the power to hire, fire, train, and discipline and or prosecute police or armed forces that violate the rights of the democratic rights of the black community. And such process would function under the leadership of this democratically elected commission. It's important to state that this is part of what we would call the dual and contending capacity or power over the state, where we want the ability to govern ourselves. So we're not talking about something that the U.S. government would necessarily approve. We're saying that this is our responsibility to build, regardless of the viewpoints of our oppressor. In fact, we understand that in the final analysis, the U.S. government would be opposed to black people having the ability to govern ourselves. And this is why, let's go, slide. This is why we raise up the right to armed self-defense of the oppressed black community. We know in the final analysis that genuine political power, and it is power that we are calling for, comes from the barrel of the gun. It doesn't come as a consequence of diplomatic relationships with your oppressor. It comes with the ability, as it was stated before, power is the ability to define phenomenon and make it act according to your will. And the U.S. government imposes its will on oppressed people all over the world at gunpoint, not because they persuade us or have a good argument for us to do so, but because they know that they could inflict terrible consequences if we do not comply. And therefore, we understand that in the final analysis that the people's war must mean struggle for power in our own hands. Slide. And I want to just briefly go through some of these objectives that were identified, came out of our conference on Black Community Control of Police that was held in Ferguson, Missouri in April of 2015. One of the strategic objectives, one of the things we said it was necessary to do was to engage our local city councils, our Black Community Control of Police resolution. In addition, another important objective is Black community security, lawyer rights distribution, the Black Fist, which is the foreign and internal security team, and the People's Law School. I want to stop right there because this is really the crux of what we want to discuss in terms of the coronavirus. Because we do know that with the economic strangulation of the community that's been imposed on us right now by the U.S. government and the ruling class, a lot of people are losing jobs and income, and this has some serious economic implications, or it can have serious economic implications in terms of the Black community itself, beginning as the proverbial story of the wolf licking the blade, as our chairman laid out in the speech that was popularized in the Dead Prez album. We've experienced in the face of poverty, there has been instances or periods in which we begin to turn on each other. Of course, that's not necessarily a guarantee. I mean, there were periods where horizontal violence and crime did not necessarily affect us in a serious way, the way they did in the crack cocaine period, during the Depression and even Jim Crow and other periods of serious, deep poverty that we experienced. And a lot of that had to do with a certain sense of cohesion, unity, and even a certain kind of national consciousness that we had in relationship to each other. So we understood that our common oppressor was the white man or white power, and horizontal violence and crime did not pervade our communities in the way that they did since the U.S. government's counterinsurgency on our movement, which in part assaulted and destroyed our organizational leadership, our revolutionary leadership that would educate the masses as to who the real enemy is, who we should really be so-called sticking up and inflicting violence against. So, and that is the primary objective of the Black Fist. When we talk about foreign and internal security, in terms of foreign, we're talking about raising up a security force that has the ability to defend the Black community from external assaults from the state itself, and even white nationalist forces that would intend us harm. And these are forces with whom we have an antagonistic relationship. that must be destroyed in order for us to know true security. At the same time, we talk about internal security, which understands that our approach to resolving contradictions is one that revolves around a non-antagonistic contradiction, meaning that the violence that occurs amongst each other, beefs that emerge in our community amongst each other, even violence and robberies, etc., that occur amongst each other, happen as a consequence of lack of political education and low level of consciousness. And this is the responsibility of revolutionary leadership to help the people understand that we must direct our guns at the state, which is why we lead out with our newsletter. The cover page urges the people, if you want to stop the violence, then turn your guns on the state. So this is something that we have to keep in front of us as we move forward in terms of handling Black community security. I also want to say that part of security means not only dealing with the armed forces, but upholding the protocols that were discussed by our comrades Aisha and Lisa in terms of fortifying our own physical capacity to defend ourselves. And things, as Karen and Lisa stated, such as diet, keep your vitamin C on deck, don't smoke. I saw an article, a lot of articles that were pointing to smoking, especially the backwoods, the entourages, the Dutches, that any hood in America you go to, that's one of the main reasons why corner stores stay open, because, let me get a Dutch poppy, you know what I mean? And this is really attacking our lung capacity. It makes it very easy for the coronavirus to affect Black people in a disproportionate way. So these are the types of protocols that we want to distribute within our revolutionary literature that also helps people understand that, they say they're going to stop the coronavirus if we stay inside for the next amount of weeks or whatever, but we really don't know. And the fact is that the so-called cure for the coronavirus is going to come out of some imperialist laboratory. And, the only positive or the major positive medical force that's moving around the world is the Cubans. And the reason why they have the capacity to send medical forces throughout the world is because they made a revolution. And this is the relationship that exists between the goals and objectives of the Black UNC that was discussed by our comrade Aisha, and the goals and objectives of Black community control of the police. In the final analysis, we got to build a movement where the people understand that the strategic objective is to seize state power so that we can build our own hospitals, our own healthcare system, because we can do it independently, an alternative system, etc. But at the end of the day, if we don't have the state power, if we don't have the muscle to defend that, if we don't have the ability to nationalize and seize control over all healthcare laboratory facilities, then we will always be on the defensive, looking for a solution to the next biochemical that's intended to destroy us. So these are some important things to remember. Now, when we talk about organization, I wanted to just real quickly share with you the organizational structure of the Black Community Control of Police unit that we are calling on the people. We're going to stay on this slide for a while, comrade. We're calling on the people to build a particular organizational structure on every block and neighborhood that is consistent with this call for the Black Community Control of Police Commission. Every block, we would like to see a chair, a secretary, a logistics coordinator, an outreach coordinator, a security or Black Fist coordinator, a membership and recruitment coordinator, a fundraiser, political action coordinator, and other information and education coordinator. And each one of these forces in your block or neighborhood would have respective responsibilities that revolve around the strategic goals and objectives of the Black Community Control of the Police campaign. So that information is made more available on our Instagram and Facebook pages. And you can contact us if you are interested in building Black Community Control of the Police. One other thing I wanted to raise before I close out, you can move forward to the slides. Slide. Slide. Keep going. Slide. 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 So, slide. Keep going, Conrad. Slide. 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 Okay, here we go, right here. Move back one, please. So reparations and Black working state power, the strategic objectives of revolutionary struggle. We must seize the means of production. And this is what it's all about in the final analysis. And this is what Black community control of the police is all about, because it is the state, as the chairman has taught us for years now, it is the state that bears the responsibility of maintaining the status quo in any society. And the state functions as an instrument of violence in this capitalist society to protect the interests of the haves, to keep the have-nots separated from the wealth and the value of our labor, the wealth that we produce with our labor. This is what the state does, and this is why we need to gain power in our own lives. And we need to do this not only in the U.S., but slide. We want to make this happen right here on an international level. So as we speak, because we know that Ebola is Corona's predecessor that attacked our people on the African continent, just as Corona is attacking our people on the North American continent. And we understand that both of these viruses have the same source, which is capitalism, imperialism, and neo-colonialism. These government institutions that, in Africa in this case, that much like the Negroes in the U.S., protect the interests of those white people robbing us for our wealth, etc. And we're going to have to build a movement. We know that Ebola was chemical and biological warfare to destabilize the population in Africa, to make us incapable of getting organized, to protect the wealth that's being stolen from us in the Congo and places like that. And we got hip to that to a certain extent. In fact, we see it in this period where the French tried to build a Corona testing facility in Ivory Coast, and the people responded with righteous uprising, burned down the testing facility. And coincidentally or interestingly, a report just came out of I forget what city in the U.S., where it was revealed that many of the test kits that were going around in our community are infected with Corona. So, which confirms the quote-unquote suspicions that the brothers and sisters who burned down the testing facility in Ivory Coast, that you can't trust any institution that was built by our oppressor. And of course, even after we burned down testing facility that white power created, we are still confronted with the fundamental contradiction, which is the fact that we don't have the power to test and heal ourselves in our own terms. But the fact that the people were able to take this important step forward has tremendous significance. And the comrades of the Black Community Control of Police Commission Working Group of Black Dispatch are going to be holding a press conference to address this important development and growing movement of resistance that we want to see duplicated all over the world, and especially in Africa, and bring it under revolutionary organizational leadership so that such resistance can also be tied to strategic objectives, which would include the development of a self-determined or Black community controlled healthcare system, and of course, Black workers' state power. So we're going to be holding a press conference in Sierra Leone, Freetown, Sierra Leone, on April 30th to deal with that. And I just wanted to close it out there because we understand that until Africa is united and free under the leadership of the African working class through its revolutionary party, then we will never know true security and peace. That's the conclusion of our presentation.
Uhuru, thank you. Uhuru, before I present the next speaker, I'd like to announce that we have Janice Kant, who contributed $20. We have Kara Locke, who contributed $50. We have
Right on.
Peter Yarrow, who contributed $25. And we have Sister Robin Harris, who contributed $5. Thank you. Thank you to everybody
very
who was
much.
just tuning in. To everybody who was just tuning in, you are tuned in to the web conference of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, titled The COVID-19 Pandemic, Black People Fight Back. So our next presenters will be Brothers Ralph Pointer, who is the chair of the Political Prisoners Working Group of the Coalition, as well as Brother Jihad Abdul Mamit, who is the representative of the Jericho Movement, which is an organization that is a part of the Coalition Steering Committee. Brother Ralph is tuned in from New York, and Brother Jihad is tuned in from, is speaking to us from Richmond, Virginia. They will be speaking on the subject of political prisoners. So Uhuru, Brother Ralph, and Brother Jihad.
Thank you for that, Sister Alikia. I'll try to keep my presentation brief to the allotted time, and I will refer to my notes. Every situation or social condition is a lens through which to view society, if we possess the courage to do so. It's called political will, or the lack of such. The present situation that I refer to is the COVID-19, or the coronavirus pandemic. And the social condition I refer to is the number of people of color incarcerated or enmeshed in the so-called justice system, parole, or other supervised release. The social condition of the number of people of color incarcerated needs but an overview of recent history. Comparing government reaction to the opioid epidemic to the war on drugs, which has never been more than a war on us, and it's resulting in the largest prison system in the world, makes clear government intent if we possess the courage to identify reality. I do not need to examine the racist system or the racist history of the application of law involving people of color, known as the double standard or police terror, for it is now and always has been a staple of the American system. Now, political prisoners. What is a political prisoner? A political prisoner is a person who understood the oppressive circumstance that we live in and did something about it and was captured in their doing something about it. And how do we know there are political prisoners? Although the American government denies that reality, it was stated so clearly by a presently freed political prisoner, Sekou Odinga, who did 37 years in the death camps, when he said the government recognizes very well that there are political prisoners because they do not treat criminals the way they treat political prisoners. We understand a political prisoner by the length of the sentences they received, as opposed to those who were imprisoned merely for committing a crime. We know they're political prisoners by who is tortured while incarcerated. We know that people are tortured while incarcerated because the government has admitted this in the city of Chicago and actually sentenced one of the policemen to, I would say, a skid bit for his terrible crime of forcing confessions through torture and getting people incarcerated for long periods of time. We know that there are political prisoners because some of our people who have been on trial were stun-gunned many times right behind the judge's chambers. And when they came out and complained about it, they were taken and stun-gunned again, repeatedly. What did the judge do about it? He adjourned the court for 20 minutes. Nothing was said or done to those torturers. The prison system for Black and Brown begins at the inn. It begins in the projects, goes through the school system, and ends up in the prisons. These are where our children end up. And we began with the Rockefeller laws in New York. These are laws that gave people of color more time for drugs. The crack cocaine laws on the federal level gave our people more time for being convicted of drug use. The stop and frisk, which was very big in New York, just stop you with your black under any suspicion or no suspicion. The marijuana laws, we all know about that. The broken windows enforcement, we all know about that. Traffic or over enforcement of the law, we all know about that. DWI, driving while Indian. BWB, breathing while Black. All of these infractions resulted in prison time. And in spite of this, the president and others say they don't know why the death in the Black community is happening. Well, we know why it is happening, has been presented on this program over and over again. Those at the bottom of the economic ladder always suffer the most in situations of distress. Those who led the struggle for equality through complete change of the government, that is, yes, socialism, that we all want for ourselves, are political prisoners. And those who resisted oppression, and we know those who resist oppression can be, all of those who resist oppression can be future political prisoners. We must demand their freedom in the manner of our political action, whatever our political action is. We have to refuse to practice political slavery, as many people do who vote. That is, giving their vote, giving their work without political remuneration. That is slavery. And finally, we are where we are today in our ability to continue to struggle because of what our political prisoners did. For we are beginning to look a lot like a final solution for the people of color. And I will finish with the credo, what we use in the new abolition movement. Our call was, join us, allow us to join you, because this struggle is not only necessary, it's imperative for our survival. Thank you.
Uhuru, Brother Ralph, thank you. Brother Jihad, it is your turn to add to your contribution to this presentation.
Yes, indeed. Can you hear me good?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Assalamu alaikum.
Uhuru, would you prefer to see share your screen to be seen, or?
If you can share it, yeah.
Your camera is off, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I don't know if I can turn that on.
All right, you can. Okay, there we go. Uhuru, we see your screen, so you can begin.
Okay, good enough. All right. So, right, uhuru, everybody. I just want to express my gratitude and thanks for all the presenters and the Black is Black Coalition and to our dear beloved chairman. And just want to try to follow up on some of the things that Comrade Ralph had said about political prisoners. I am the national chairperson of the Jericho Movement. That's an organization, as probably most of us are familiar, that was started in 1998 by Jalil Abdul Muttaqim and Sister Safia Bukhari and Herman Ferguson. Both of them have passed away and returned to the ancestors. This organization deals with supporting and championing the cases of political prisoners, domestic political prisoners, that is. Those individuals that has put the front line, as Brother Diop is doing now, you know, to make those supreme sacrifices on the field, oftentimes with weapons in hands, doing that type of battle for our people and for our liberation. And now they languish in prison for 4, 5, and 6 decades. And it is very incumbent, as Brother Ralph was saying, that we always, all of our organizations, in one way or another, whatever our capacity is, that we make some type of nexus, that we make some type of connection, you know, in supporting political prisoners, even if it is just to mention them on our website when people click on to see what wonderful and righteous services you provide to the people. They can always look on the corner of the screen or wherever and see who our warriors are and their contribution and sacrifices to our struggle. That is the mandate for each and every one of us that has a website, that has a Facebook. You don't know who these warriors are, you can tune into www.thejerichomovement.com. You can get their names, you can get their updates, you can write them personally, you can support them in whatever way that you can in your capacity. So I think that this, and I like the way the chairman says it, the colonial virus, the COVID-19, this situation speaks to the importance and the urgency of being real focused and drill down on organizing to build our infrastructure, support our people, and to free our warriors. There's so many things connected here. And you wanna really look at what examples have come out of this, what lessons have come out of this, what should we be doing after this is all over. And I assume that it will reach a nodal point, as contradictions do, and it'll resume to some type of new situation, some type of normal. We want to make sure that we don't fall back, and this is not a criticism, it's just more or less a critique, that we fall back into a place of just by rote doing the things that we do, but that in our own capacities, we reach a new level of working together and bearing down on what needs to be done. I know the chairman, when he opened up, I made a note, he said something very, very interesting. You know, he was saying that, you know, there's so many good things being done. There's so many organizations represented, like the sister said, the Black is Black Coalition has about 17 or more organizations, in which Jericho is one of them in this coalition. There's so many good people doing things, you know, around the country. And I always make the point that the United States of America is a big spot. It's a big place. It's not like a small African country or some spot in the Middle East. You know, it's coast to coast, from New York to California. 310 million people, give or take a 1 or 2. There's a lot of people and there's a lot of interest groups, and it's designed that way. And sometimes we get really into what we're doing and we fail to establish that strong network that the chairman was alluding to. So, you know, a lot of good things being done, but it lacks a lot of coherency. It's incoherent. And when you look at the whole piece, it's very disorganized. And I think I'm hoping that this situation with the COVID virus will bring together, you know, our thinking in whatever way that we can build an organization that can be more coordinated in our efforts. And I think an excellent and wonderful start is the Black is Back Coalition. And, you know, we can network what we're doing, make known to each other what we're doing, make it a clearinghouse of what we're doing. I know here in Richmond, where I am, don't judge me, I'm in the Confederacy here. But I guess, as Malcolm said, it's all the Confederacy, short of the Canadian border. But there's a lot of activities that go on right in this city that, even as busy as I am, I may not know, or a lot of things that Jericho may do locally that other people may know, which is always speaking to the fact that how can we, for lack of a better word, set up a clearinghouse of information and coordination is a massive assignment. A massive assignment, and the Black is Back Coalition does an admirable job, but so much more remains to be done. And like I said, I hope this COVID colonial virus actually gives us the opportunity to alert us to heighten our efforts and prompts us to delve more into coordinating our activities with one another. When it comes down to political prisoners, almost in this situation, like the 2.whatever million prisoners that are incarcerated at any given time, when you add the other 6 million that's on some type of probation or parole that's recycled through the system, county jails, 30-day sentences or whatever, we're talking about millions of people. And I know we all know that, but it gives this a door that's opening here because of the urgency and the egregiousness of this virus, this colonial virus. A lot of people are tuned to doing more than they would normally do. And so we want to actually see how we can always take advantage of the situation to address the whole question of mass incarceration and to address the whole system of bail, setting bail for poor people so they can't get out, and pro-abuse and discretion, solitary confinement, which we know is inhumane, anything after even 15 days, as the United Nations has declared. The lack of medical and health care, the jury selection process, the disproportionate rates of Africans in prison, and of course the whole bottom line of the 13th Amendment. Slavery has been abolished except when somebody's been judicially processed. Judicially processed when the judicial system is so cold-blooded and blatantly racist. Through that process, there we are back in slavery again, and thus we all, if you haven't been, then tomorrow you very well be, or you can look at any family picture of a family member and they may be at any given time in the penal system. So we want to use and exploit that system. There's, and Jericho stands ready to do that in relation to Black is Back Coalition and each and every one of you beautiful sisters and brothers that are listening. There's 3 cases I want to highlight before I get off that I want to draw your attention to. And Sister Alicia, if you don't mind, if I could somehow or another through you and Comrade Thimba send this to you, and maybe at one of the breaks between the panels, you can put it up there for people to see this contact information. First is Dr. Mutulu Shakur. And everybody knows Dr. Mutulu Shakur. He's a warrior, Republican New Africa, in the Black Liberation Movement. He is now in stage 3 cancer, so that exacerbates his situation for him. And there's a petition online that we're trying to get 10,000 signatures from Mutulu, and already as of yesterday, we have 9,600 something, so we need about 400 to 500 more. So I will make sure that information is available in a moment. I declare some information as we was listening to the other speakers with some of the defense committees and support people there to make sure that it's absolutely accurate, up to date, because some of the situation is fluid. All right, so we have a petition online, the attorneys in the cases, and that's what it comes down to a lot. How the power of the people is greater than the man's technology, said by, okay, you figure that one. I hear you laughing, Chairman, but by Huey Newton.
Yes.
But as it stands today, with the strength of our movements and the prevailing ignorance amongst our people and just not understanding, like Harriet Tubman is alleged to have said, she freed 1,000 slaves, but she could have freed, 1,000 more if they only knew that they were slaves. And a lot of our people don't realize the situation that we're in this country, and we are here sounding the trumpet. We just want to make sure that we can sound that trumpet even louder And as we sound that trumpet louder, we want to make sure that we are ourselves organizing and implementing and building infrastructure, as Sister Lisa and Dr. Aisha Fields has said earlier, when it comes to the medical attention and the telehealth systems, and all these things are so vitally important. And our protection on the street level, as Brother Diop said, you know, and our diet and things, as Howard said, you know, but all these things are so important. We have to be able to institutionalize them for our own people, and meaning that they become a part and facet of our lives, and not something that's just some marginalized group of people are talking about, but it becomes front and center of each and every our lives, and that's our mandate. Those are our marching orders, and we have some good people at the helm leading us through that. So I will make sure that petition signing information is up before we leave here. Attorneys do need money. Oh, that's the point I was making. So the power of the people greater than mass technology, but now it's coming down to very peculiar things. And I just want to take just a couple more minutes now, y'all. This is a, you got to really tune into this. We are in a very peculiar situation. When they talk about the peculiar institution in reference to slavery, well, they talk currently right now, you know, today, April the 11th, 2020, we're still in a very peculiar situation. It's peculiar for a lot of ways, because several decades ago, we was really pounding the pavement hard, you know, in many directions, true, but was the same kind of thrust to build a new society and claim our independence, which we rightly deserve. And these freedom fighters put themselves on the line. Now follow me really, really close. Follow this situation. Our freedom fighters, and I was in prison for 22 years. I was a political prisoner. I didn't mention I was a member of the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army, but I'm home now as of 2000. But you know, we went hard and straight at it with weapons oftentimes, as you know, and how you may view that, however you want to view that. I always say you open a history book and look at Nat Turner or Harriet Tubman. Do you view them as a criminal or a hero? And that's how you view me and any one of us. Okay, so there you go. That's your litmus test right there. But here we are putting ourselves out there now, decades later. Here, April 11, 2020. We're in a situation now for our comrades to even get out of prison. Guess what? We got to write letters saying what a nice person we are. We got to write letters to say that we got our GED. We got to write letters to say that we haven't had an incident report in prison, that we have an impeccable prison record. And this all may be true, but this is the strategy to get somebody out. And don't ever mention the fact that we was even necessarily in the Panther Party. You see, because they won't get out. And because of the lack of strength and discoordination, truth be told, sisters and brothers, we don't have the strength to pretty much do it any other way. Nobody's going to knock down the wall. Nobody's going to cut an underground railroad path underneath the prison. Nobody's going to stash somebody somewhere. The world is a very small place. So what we're left with is writing letters to judges and racist parole boards, almost literally begging, write the right words now, for our warrior comrades to get out of jail. Other than that, you will rot your ass right there in that penitentiary and die like some of us already have. Check that reality out. That's the reality. And so, however, this is going to be change is you have a good model here. We talk about models. Then a good model is the Black is Black Coalition, and us organizing our strength together, working, drilling down on what we do organizationally with our own organizations, and make sure that it's networked in the fabric of the Black is Black Coalition, and make sure that we are reaching more and more people, and we go at it just as hard as we did back in the late 60s and the early 70s. And Chairman, you know what I'm talking about, because he's leading a strong helm right now. That's my pitch. Subiato Coley is another one I'm going to put information up on right now. He just resigned an appeal in the state of New Jersey. He is a Sister Assata Shakur's co-defendant, and he's in his 80s, and he is dealing with a lot to say. So he just lost his case in the Superior Court. I just want to read a short message, and I know my time is getting to an end. So just reading it from an attorney that sent it to me a few minutes ago. He gets a mandatory appeal in New Jersey Supreme Court, so that's automatic. But once again, his attorney needs money. We're talking about a tune of 20 grand. You know, and he didn't say he needed a AK-47. I said he needed $20,000. And this is where it's coming to, the struggles on the front line of these attorneys trying to get our comrades out. And as it is now, there's nothing wrong with it. That's how it is. I'm just critiquing. I'm just letting you know how it is. How you gonna get somebody out of prison? You're gonna pay the lawyer to get them out. How you get somebody out of prison? You're gonna make those phone calls to the governor and whatever to get them out. All right, this is what you're going to do. Otherwise, they will die in prison. You understand what I'm saying? And as Ralph has said, if we don't do this in whatever capacity we have left our freedom fighters behind. And as I told Diop when I seen them back in the fall when they did the march on Washington against the wars of imperialism, I told him right there at that assembly that if he goes to prison, we don't want that brother, that comrade to know that given a year or two, he'll be long and gone and forgotten, because we'll be moving forward with our own struggles and abandoning the people that put themselves on the front line and get captured by the enemy. We can't just like, don't leave no student behind. We can't leave any warrior behind. And closing out, my love and respect to everybody. My name is Jihad Abdul-Mumit, the national chairman of the Jericho Movement. I am a member of the Black is Back Coalition. You have my full support, my love and respect for everybody. I'm gonna send that information on Dr. Matul and Sundiata out. Other political prisoners need your support. You can go to our website and you can write them. You can pick up a pen and write them. You can write a check and send them commissary money. This is how we support our prisoners. This is how we support our freedom fighters. We cannot let them die. That we know that death is destined for each and every one of us. But how do you die? How do you die? Like Chairman Mao said, it's going to be weightier than Mount Tai, or it's going to be light as a feather. So we want to make sure our lives are strong and weighted, and we do that weight by putting our work in and actually representing our freedom fighters. So thank you, sisters and brothers, for the time to speak. And I'll turn my mic over to my other comrades.
Uhuru to thank to both Ralph Pointer and Jihad Abdul-Mumit. I do have just one question that came in that I think should be addressed now. We have Brother Nasir watching, and he just wants to know what is a good email address to contact you.
Okay, me.
Nasir is located in Kuwait.
In Kuwait.
Oh, in Kuwait. Yeah. Okay. All right, peace. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Uhuru. My name is J, as it appears on the screen without any spacing, or a lower cap. So it's Jihad Abdul-Mumit, JIHADABDULMUMIT is on the screen at thecommentgmail.com. At gmail.com. That's the best way to generally reach me. And reaching me, I guess I can be one of the many conduits right back to the Black is Back Coalition, or directly into the Jericho Movement and what we're doing. So yes, I appreciate that.
Uhuru. And I do want to say that Brother Nasir has also pledged to contribute $25 to the coalition. Before I announce our next speaker, I do want to say that we are at the halfway mark of our goal for today. We have Comrade Maureen, who has contributed $50. We have Rose Brewer that has contributed $50. We have Brother Ikemba Bomani, who has contributed $25. And we have Sister Claire Cohen, who has contributed $25. That puts us at 500. If we want to count Nasir's pledge, we'll be at 525. So we're halfway to our goal, through our goal for today, which is $1,000. And remember, for the weekend, it's $2,000 total. Our next presenter, or our next presentation, will be a look at prisons in COVID-19 Louisiana State Prison. And we will be joined by Sister Belinda Parker Brown, who is the representative of the Louisiana United International on the steering committee of the coalition. And she is speaking to us from Louisiana. Uhuru, Sister Belinda Parker Brown.
Uhuru, my sister. Wow. I am so excited to be a part of the Black is Back coalition. I just would want to start off by saying that I never ever would have imagined that I would be experiencing what's happening today in the world. I'll be 61 years old this year, and to go to the store and being told that I can't get but 1 dozen of eggs and 2 gallons of milk when I have 8 siblings and 11 grandchildren and 8 people in my household. I am devastated by what's happening here, especially in Louisiana. I want to share that I just saw something that I never would have seen on YouTube, and it is a funeral for a very great person that was a member, a deacon in the church that rushed his wife to the hospital with the pneumonia. And she's at home recovering from the pneumonia, and he's dead from the corona, COVID-19. That just happened about 2 hours ago here in Louisiana. Again, I'm devastated about the fact that I am also a victim of what's happening here in Louisiana. My daughter, oldest daughter, worked for one of the charter schools in New Orleans, and the school was infested with the COVID-19 virus, and she happened to test positive after she found out that her assistant co-worker was tested positive. So personally, this is very hard for me to talk about my personal experiences that I'm having with the COVID virus right now here in Louisiana, because I just had to rush my 13-year-old daughter to the urgent clinic on yesterday and was told that they would not test her because she had swollen tonsils and a strep throat. So they said that they would not test her for the COVID virus until she was better from that problem. So with that said, I just want to say that the Jim Crow-ism is alive and well here in Louisiana. These people knew way before time that Louisiana was going to be very vulnerable to this type of outbreak. And they insisted on having the Mardi Gras and all of these festivities. I just got a text message saying that, the people down here are still having crawfish balls and second lines, and maybe that's the reason why, that the Black people are spreading the disease. So whatever. But my point is that I am very, very disturbed about the fact that, and I don't want to offend anybody, so please, bear with me, because I'm coming with a very, very sharp rebuke. I'm with Louisiana United. We are a powerful social justice organization that is very inspired by the Black is Back coalition to be a part of such a phenomenal movement. We've been boots on the grounds, moving and shaking across the state of Louisiana, and inspired by organizations such as, anyone that have been fighting this battle for a very long time. So I salute those individuals, those comrades that have, put their life on the line to get the truth, the real truth about what's really been going on in this world, in this country especially. So I salute those individuals. And you know who you are. If you're out there and you're listening, and I'm pretty sure I've been getting some text messages and some response about, how much they're enjoying this webinar. But I have a sharp rebuke for those that have, stood on the sidelines, and they have been gazing and watching, people like myself and many, many others out here fighting for what is right when it comes to how wrong we have been as Black people in this country. And when we begin to expose this type of injustice and wrongdoing that's been taking place, especially in our criminal justice system, where it is a disgrace. You have stood by the sidelines, you have partied and had all of your festivities and, celebrations and this and that and the other, while we are in this fight. But, I got to share this because my family is very, we're very engaged when we talk about, coming together. And we always say, sis, bruh, we don't never do anything with each other. We don't never come together until somebody die. Okay, then here we go. Here we go. Everybody show up at the funeral. Everybody show up at the Passover. We ain't seen each other in years and decades, some of us. So now we got the COVID-19, this deadly virus. Listen, people. Do it take people dying for us to unite and come together as Black people? Is that what this is really all about? That we got to die first before we wake up and realize that, like Michael Jackson said, that they don't care about us. Wake up. Angola, here in Louisiana, was known as one of the worst prisons in the world and the most deadly, the most bloodiest prison. And they have over 7,000 inmates packed in this place, 100 people to a dome. And we're saying that this place is a disgrace to the whole United States of America. Why does it still exist? Why is it in existence when everybody knows about Angola? Everybody knew about Katrina and how bad people were treated here in Louisiana. And you think Katrina was bad? Now we got COVID-19 in Angola. And I just got a call from a very dear inmate, none other than Pastor Earl Victor, that should not be there, along with many, many others. I want to talk about how we had, was very successful to get a racist, unconstitutional Jim Crow law out of our Louisiana statute, where they were putting people in prison on a schemed up, concocted, racist Jim Crow law. We called it the 10-2. And we said to the people, this is wrong. It's wrong. Prison for profit is wrong. Mass incarceration is wrong. Putting people in prison and making slaves out of them, working them for 4 cents a day is wrong, people. So now I want the whole world to know, Angola, I'm being told, and this is not in the news, okay? This is coming from the inside, from the belly of the beast of Angola, that they are taking people out there right now as I speak in busloads. They're rounding them up from all the facilities across the state, and they're taking them all out there to Angola. Because, listen, I got to stop saying listen, because I want people to hear me. You know, it's a difference between listening. My grandmother told me you listening and go in one ear and out the other. I want you to hear me, because hearing is an action word. They want to make Angola the breeding ground, the quarantine, okay, the COVID virus. And it's intended to prevent this deadly virus from spreading. Now, this is sad. I want the world to know that this is a death sentence waiting and manifesting right before our eyes. Because in Angola, you got 100 men to a dome. How are they going to practice social distancing? They don't have any administrative remedies. They're feeding people through the doors because they don't have the proper medical equipment. People are sick and they're dying. And they're not telling us the truth. Okay, I got 4 minutes left. Our actions is bad as Black people. And I'm talking to all of our famous people out there, everybody that want to jump on board and say that, the COVID virus is a major disparity between, Blacks and how Blacks are being treated. How we've been marginalized, with the COVID virus, this deadly, devastating virus. Yeah, but it just didn't start with the COVID virus. And the chairman spoke to that earlier. This been going on, people. We know as Black people, we have here in Louisiana, we've been known as having more people incarcerated per capita than anywhere else in the world. And they packed in there like sardines right now on top of each other to die. So we're fighting on the front lines, and Louisiana United International is saying to let these people go. Release these people. This is an extraordinary circumstances, and there are laws here in Louisiana that says when we are facing this type of crisis, these people can be released, a lot of them on house arrest, a lot of them can be bonded out, and they're not doing it, people. They are not doing it here. But I want you to know what they are doing, which we already know, that the plea bargain is nothing but a scheme. It's a systematic, a sophisticated scheme where they threaten and badger people to take pleas because they don't want people to exercise their constitutional rights by going to trial. So what they're doing, they are using the COVID virus, this deadly virus, to threaten and badger and force people to take pleas, or else they're telling them you're gonna get the corona and you're gonna die in here. So I just got off the phone with a young man crying and pleading and saying he would plead to anything so he don't have to die in these godforsaken hellhole jails or prisons from the coronavirus. He would plead to anything, people. And this is wrong. So my time is up. I have a whole lot to say. My heart is heavy. But we need help here in Louisiana. And Louisiana should take the lead to unite and the people across this country like never before. And Black is Back is such an inspiration to this movement because we got to get it right this time. That's all I'm saying. We can't wait 150 years, people. We got to get it right this time, okay? We got to get it right, all the way right. Thank you for allowing me to be a presenter in this very powerful, dynamic webinar. Thank you.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Thank you, Sister Belinda. Thank you. And this is just a reminder to everyone that we do have a question and answer period coming up. We have one more presentation, and then we will open it up for question and answer to any of the presentations we just saw. That's Cam Howard, Diab Olugbala, Ralph Pointer, Jihab Abdul Mulmit, Belinda Parker Brown, and the next presenter. Before I announce who that is, I want to announce some more contributions. Sorry, I do want to say, if you are on Facebook, you can comment your questions in the live streams chat. If you are on Zoom, email info at blackisbackcoalition.org. So we have Molefi Askari, who has contributed $50 to the coalition. We have Rashada Parks, who has contributed $50. We have Comrade Johan, who has contributed $20. We have Comrade Kitty Riley, who has contributed $25. And we have Rarin, who has contributed $25. We have also gained a new member who wants to join the reparations working group, Zena Crenshaw. And, and Zena's membership has also been paid too. So thank you. Please continue to share this live stream, continue to share this Zoom link, continue to engage in this discussion. So right now we have Sister Betty Davis, who represents the new abolitionist movement on the steering committee of the Black is Back Coalition, as well as chairs the education working group, which is the subject that she will be speaking to today, how COVID-19 has affected the education within the Black community. She's speaking with us from New York. So I would like to welcome Sister Betty Davis. Uhuru. You're muted, but we can see you.
On the bottom left of your screen, you can see the mute.
Yes,
unmute.
I think I've unmuted myself.
There we go.
Thank you very much. A denial of education is a denial of life. We must not allow our children to be denied an education. This presentation will speak to the issue of education during the COVID pandemic, and especially to the challenges many of our families are facing with the closing of the public education system. But before I get to the specifics in terms of that, I want to unite and congratulate the Black is Back Coalition. Black is Back is a statement that the government failed in crushing the Black revolution. This is not a substitute for any organization. This is why the principles of unity are important. We unify around one thing, and that is to end oppression. And as many of you know, Paulo Freire said, it is critical that you learn to read your world. And one of the reasons I'm a member of the Black is Black Coalition is because as an educator, I understand what metaphysical imperialism is. Now, the chairman makes it very clear that we are the victims of colonialism. And as someone who was mentored and brought into the movement by Queen Mother Moore, who in 1957 was organizing reparation movements in Harlem and all over the world, I learned that unless you control the state institutions in your community, you're going to become a victim of a pattern that has existed ever since the Europeans started moving across the globe. It has been documented that wherever they go, if people are not like them, 80 to 90% of the population disappeared. We're not going to go into the details of how that happened. You can ask the Mohegans. You can ask the people in Vietnam. You can ask the people in Ghana, Nigeria, and the rest of the world. What happened when the Europeans took over their cultural and institutional structures and dismembered their ability to function through the preservation of their culture and themselves. I want to continue by saying there's a philosopher from Jamaican American, and he discusses the fact that Europeans are proud of the fact that they have something they call a social contract. And that in the United States of America, this social contract is what was formed when we started our Constitution. What he is saying, however, and what the COVID-19 virus illustrates only too well, that social contract is over. All we have is a racial contract. The purpose of coming together for a social contract is to form institutions that preserve and help the community to prosper. It does not say just the white community in the Constitution. So they have already violated the social contract. We owe them no allegiance. And the Black is Back Coalition is welcoming anybody who understands and can read their world and is willing to act on it. And one of the things you should have been aware of as you watch every presenter here on this program is that they have done something about it. Brother Jihad spent 37 years, but before those 37 years in the death camp, Brother Jihad was trying to overthrow that death camp. Sister Belinda has been very active in creating a campaign and a movement that was successful in getting a decision from the Supreme Court that said, turn them loose. They have not been turned loose. Now they're subjected to a death sentence. The bad news is, the good news is the Black Coalition exists. The bad news is, to a certain extent, we have met the enemy and they are ours. They are us. We are not poor. We are not a poor community. And what we're going to discuss in the few minutes that I have with you today is that if it had not been for the people who look like us in the 60s who sold us out to the Democratic Party and the rest of the traitors within the so-called congressional system in this country, we would not be where we are today. And when we finish this discussion this afternoon, I hope you will not tell me you're going to vote for Biden because he's worse than Trump. Because if you do that, then you're going to tell me you don't remember that Biden's already said he's not going to support a single-payer healthcare system. When you listen to Sister Lisa tell you about what the institutions of the hospital are like, that they are also death camps. There are many doctors who are guilty of killing, as there are people in Iraq now with guns, because they do not listen to what the humans need in order to survive. What they need is prevention, and that's what single healthcare represents. I want to detour for just a minute and explain what I meant when I talked about the social contract and how we are the victims of traitors. In New York City, and I will use New York City as an example, in the 1960s, we followed the Panther discussion around what we needed in our community to succeed. And at the top of that list was education. And one of the things the Black Panther Party insisted on was Black community control of education. That was to them as important as Black community control of the police. They wisely understood that education is grounded in federal, state, and local law, that you have as a citizen in this country the right to participate and control the education budget wherever you are. And Queen Mother Moore, as part of her reparation statement, made it clear. She's not saying give them money. She's saying give them the wherewithal to have the knowledge to control their institutions. But Cam Howard is trying to make you understand how you have to institutionalize the whole concept of reparations. Education in America is one of those tools. The budget in New York City, unfortunately, I don't have my screen up that will give you the numbers, so I will have to tell you the numbers. This report, which is coming from the Department of Education, the last budget that they submitted for the fiscal year 2020 is $26.9 billion budget. And that does not include the pensions, the city pensions, and the debt service, which are budgeted separately. When you include that, the total budget comes to $33.9 billion. Now, what does that mean? You're talking about everything from typewriters to plumbers. Queen Mother Moore said she's not interested in doling out money. She's interested in people being put in a position where they can take advantage of the government institutions that are imposed in their community and turn that around to benefit them. So if you want to know why we are 80% of the coronavirus deaths, one of the things you have to look at is the fact that we are at the bottom of the ladder, economic ladder. Now, I want to verify what I'm saying to show you this is deliberate. This is not an accident. If you don't have an education and you can't read and you don't understand when the president changed the budget, one of the first things that happened, and the New Abolitionist movement came out and supported the Black educators of New York when they said Black children will suffer most from the proposed tax reform bill. One of the things that said would happen with this bill is, and this statistic is extremely important, this proposed tax reform bill will add $1.5 trillion to the existing $20 trillion in US debt. Black children at the bottom of the American society will bear the brunt of this debt. This proposed tax reform bill will disproportionately impact Black children by drastically reducing support to education. Now, you have heard Sister Belinda talk about the prison pipeline. You know where it starts in first grade when they don't get the basic skills to learn how to read, write, and count. This is by design. I have statistics that show for the last 10 years, Black and brown educators have been systematically, ethnically cleansed from the public education system. I have statistics to show that the corporations have been systematically destroying accountable, functioning public schools in Black communities. We recently won a court case against a corporation that tried to take over a school that was the top school in the district, and the Board of Ed was collusive in trying to shut that school down with the excuse that because of gentrification, it had a low roster. Well, guess what? The rest of the parents that were not zoned to that school, but in that district, who were also Black and had not been gentrified out, said, well, why don't you let us transfer our children to that school, and that school could still stay open, and we would not have a problem of a low register, because every child in the district whose parents care about them want them in that top school. Again, I want to emphasize, it's the top school in District 16, which is considered the Black ghetto in Brooklyn. We went to court and we fought that battle because this is the issue of community control. Only in the Black community can you be accountable for what you are doing and be successful and get fired as a Black educator. And the statistics on the ethnic cleansing of Black and brown teachers who have been successful has been documented by a court case, an education court case called the Fiscal Equity case in New York City. Consequently, I want to continue with what the new legislation involving this proposed, this reform tax bill has impacted on our children. The proposed tax bill will disproportionately impact children by reducing support to education, healthcare, workfare, workforce development, college support, rental assistance, food and nutrition, and more. While 10% of white people are poor, 28% of Black people are poor. 38% of Black children, the largest percentage of any demographic in America, are poor. That is why the COVID is impacting on us to such a large degree. At this point, I'm conscious of the time, so I'm going to share with you what this impact has meant, and on a very intimate level, for our sisters and brothers who, you can talk about social distancing, but we're not a social distancing culture. We don't put grandma in a nursing home if we don't have to. Several of my colleagues are now trying to support their parents who are in these so-called death camps they call nursing homes. They're willing to risk their own lives to go into those homes to rescue their relatives. So when you talk about COVID-19 and social distancing, sometimes it's not an option for us. When they closed the schools, many of the working class people did not have options. Many of the working class people who have children in schools don't necessarily have a partner. So they have to rely on extended family to help support them. So one of these articles that I'd like to share with you, which I hope will be on the screen, so I apologize for reading at you. One of the articles is entitled, "I Never Felt Like a Single Parent, and Then the Coronavirus Hit." This woman is saying she is an unpartnered parent, and like her, she relied on support from other adults in her child's life. We need public health guidance that works for us. She's asking for help because, as she points out, she listened to the New York Times and she listened to the fact that the coronavirus was coming, and she went to the store and she purchased what she thought would be sufficient. But one thing she did not consider as she became aware of the COVID virus is, how will my family stretch across several households handle this? We are headed into our 4th week of self-imposed quarantine. The governor announced a mandatory stay-at-home order. As we settle into our new routine, it becomes clear that the public health messaging around the pandemic assumes that everyone, but particularly working class parents, can simply retreat into a home and be self-sufficient and survive the weeks or months that this intervention will last. But many of us are unpartnered and alone, and we support our grandparents and our non-custodial parents, and others are part of our essential care. What we're talking about is what Black people have always used to survive: the extended family network. And the coronavirus attacks this as well as attacks our immune system. What she goes on to say is, as someone who wants desperately for as many people as possible to survive this pandemic, I need more guidance on how to create a protective bubble around a family that doesn't live in the same home. I need to know how to make the agreements and take the precautions necessary given the reality of my life. And she goes on to talk about the fact, the percentage of workers who cannot stay home and have to go back and forth to work, risking bringing this virus to their home, and the procedures they have to follow in order to care for them. And then what happens to these children, especially teenagers, who miss this social interaction? And while you're at work, you know they're probably going to be in the park playing basketball. So what kind of controls do we have as people who have to leave and go to work and leave our children behind? This is the part of the coronavirus epidemic that no one talks about. The social cost of being human, the social cost of loving. We are penalized doubly for that. Education budget. If you look at the breakdown of the education budget, one of the things you notice is, at least in New York City, they have opened up public schools where you can stop and grab, is what they call it. You can stop and grab breakfast. You can stop and grab lunch. You can stop and grab dinner for your children. Well, guess what? That budget is your money. You should have been in charge of that budget. You should have been in charge as a nutritionist, determining what children would eat. And as Queen Mother Moore said when she talked about reparations, this is the government's obligation. You should have a quota of jobs in any school system that belong to you, just as white people have a quota in your community. In New York City, the Black and brown people, as I said, are 75% of the population. We're not 75% of the jobs. We're not 75% of the panels that determine how the money will be spent. We're definitely not 75% of the educators, of the contractors who have the contracts for the Board of Ed, anything like plumbing, wiring, electricity. But the most important thing is we are not 75% of the people who determine the curriculum that overthrows metaphysical imperialism. So if I were going to make this presentation real for you today, one of the things I would say to you is, how are you going to change the world if you can't change the mind of your tribe? So what makes you think you can launch a movement, even in the Black is Back Coalition, without prioritizing education? And it's not enough to vote for someone. You've got to do what Reverend Pinckney did. You got to say, I brought you in, I'll take you out. And we all know the price that Reverend Pinckney paid for saying, I put you in, I'll take you out. They put him in jail for 3 years. That should have been a flag for everybody to understand that they know what they're doing and it is intentional. So I want to conclude. I'm not sure how much time I have. Do I have a timekeeper? I want to conclude by saying this.
Uhuru, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. I want to conclude by saying this to you. You cannot, to do the same thing over and over again and expect different results is to be insane. And for many years, Black people have been addicted to the concept that there really is a two-party system, like children who believe in Santa Claus. And nowhere was that more apparent than in the voting for a man who said he never supported the civil rights legislation or the civil rights movement because he didn't want to be tainted with the excesses of the civil rights movement. And that man was Obama. And Black people voted for him to the tune of 90%. Now, I'm funny this way. I'm an Aries. And if I can't get justice, I want revenge. So I want revenge against the Democratic Party. Don't vote for them. I want revenge against the Blackness leadership class. That when we asked for community control of education, which meant controlling the budgets, which meant controlling the training programs for teachers, the training programs for aides who were going to work in the classrooms, the training programs and for contracts that service the Board of Education, and they voted for decentralization, which gave the Democratic Party the right and the control over our community boards to elect these corrupt Negroes who stole the money, gave it to the white folks, and put us back 30 years in our movement. I say, if you come out of this conference and you still think you have to vote Democratic Party because you're afraid of Trump and you really think there's a difference, then you are the problem. Thank you very much.
Uhuru, thank you, Sister Betty. So we are now at the question and answer portion of our program, and this is where attendees get to ask any of our panelists questions. If you are on Facebook, leave them down in the comments below. We are keeping track. If you are on Zoom, email info@blackisbackcoalition.org. We do have 30 minutes scheduled for this. And the way it's gonna work is that the first 10 minutes is actually for the presenters themselves to ask each other's questions about each other's presentations. So it's 3 o'clock right now. At 3:10, I'll come back, and any questions that we have coming in from any attendees, that's what we will ask, and then we'll go to the end of the program. So if our engineer can unmute our panelists, just them, and I'm going to open up the floor for you guys to ask each other questions on anything that was discussed today. Uhuru.
Uhuru, so this is Brother Camp. I have a question for Brother Ralph and for Sister Belinda. Brother Ralph, you gave a definition of political prisoner. Can you give that again, and can you give it to us slowly, brother?
Yes, I can. A political prisoner is a person who understood the problem of oppression, who did something about it, was captured by the oppressor, and is serving time in the death camps as a result of their work to free us all. That's a political prisoner. What we can do about it, as was expressed, whatever your field of struggle is, we cannot involve ourselves in slavery. That is struggle without pay. Those who vote for the Democratic Party or any party, if you give your vote to this party without remuneration in terms of what your demand is, you are a political slave. And so, number one, if you're involved in this work, you may be a political prisoner. If you do not bow to this oppressor, if you resist, you may be a political prisoner. We must support our political prisoners at all costs, or we will no longer have any hope of developing a movement. Thanks for the question, Brother Camp.
Ashe, thank you, Brother Ralph. Sister Belinda, I received a video earlier, and there's a brief video on Instagram that shows somewhere in this country there was a prison riot around COVID, and in the video they show one of the brothers actually had on the uniform of one of the guards. I don't know if you're aware of that. I don't know where it was, but as I was looking for it in my phone, I found out that there's prison riots in Jordan, prison riots, and all this is over COVID. Prison riots in Italy, in Milan, in Colombia, in Brazil.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
You are absolutely right.
So do you expect, you gave the data about Angola, do you expect something like that in Angola? Or do you expect more of it around the country in other prisons in America?
Well, it is certainly happening on the horizon right now, especially in some of our smaller facilities. You know, we have 64 parish jails here in the state of Louisiana. And, you know, we've been asking for a comprehensive investigation on all the prisons and jails here in the state of Louisiana, because we know for a fact that a lot of the prisons are, you know, they're way ill prepared to handle, you know, the COVID virus. But even before the COVID virus became about, there was, you know, just horrendous complaints against the facilities here. They're hellholes. You know, our concern is that you know, not just the inmates, but a lot of the administration, the staff, the deputies, you know, whomever, you know, all of them are subject. You know, some people are not even going to work here because of the fact that they don't have the adequate resources and materials there in the jails and prisons. So yes, it is definitely exciting a riot. You know, when you look at this, that you know, when I listen to some of the stories of inmates calling me and telling me that they're sick, they're in the bed, they're feverish, they're coughing, and they can't get the proper medical treatment, then the other inmates, because you have anywhere between 65 to 100 people in the dome, they're fighting off each other to keep from, you know, so it's not just, you know, the prisoners gaining up to protect themselves from the COVID virus that's coming from the outside to the inside, but it's them, you know, amongst themselves, because they cannot practice social distancing inside of these facilities. It's impossible. And that's one of the reasons why we were calling for to have as many people released, that would meet the criteria that can, be quarantined either at home on house arrest or, bonded out where they can, go and get the proper medical treatment, because a lot of these people do have chronic illnesses, hypertension and diabetics and, so forth. I had several people call me that have cancer, serious cancer illnesses. And you're absolutely right. We're very concerned about that.
Thank you, sister.
Uhuru, any other panelists, presenter?
Uhuru.
Want to ask any other-
Ajamu.
Okay.
Oh,
Ajamu Stack.
Uhuru, we hear you, Brother Ajamu.
Thank you, thank you. I had another question for Sister Belinda. If she could, in her work, assess the role of the Black leadership there in Louisiana. Their degree of being supportive, and their role that they have been playing as this coronavirus crisis has been unfolding there in that state.
Absolutely. I wanted to mention to the fact that Dr. Zena Crenshaw is assistant for our organization that heads up Louisiana United International, that we've been focusing on. I was hoping that Tema was able to either get her online, because I was, some of our questions and stuff that we've been on the front, we've been on the front line in the trenches dealing with a lot of our Black, especially, leadership all the way across the board, but especially our Black leaders in regards to our legislation, our elected officials on the local level. And I'm just going to be very candid and straightforward. I think that a lot of the leadership here in Louisiana, their heads are in the sand. Okay, their heads are in the sand, and they will sell you out for I heard one of my comrades say for $5 and a bologna sandwich. When it comes to who's going to get paid for what, they toss things around like hot potatoes. A lot of our complaints and stuff, and we look at that. We have Cedric Richmond was in our first congressional Congress that was the chair for the Black Caucus, and he was the one that we had to literally take a busload of people to Washington D.C. to get to his response from a lot of the letters that we had written about asking for a comprehensive investigation on all the prisons and jails in the state. And it is still yet to come. So I guess that's the answer to your question. And that's one of the things that I'm fed up with.
Uhuru, I have a question.
Okay. All right, Sister Betty, I can hear you.
Oh, no, I meant for another panelist.
Okay.
This is Jihad. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Uhuru, actually, this question is for Dr. Aisha Fields. Is she still on?
Uhuru, yes, she is. We just need to have her unmuted, but Dr. Aisha Fields, this question is for you.
Yes, sister. I have, we have a couple of doctors down here in Richmond that's volunteered to work on medical needs of some of the political prisoners that Jericho represents. So I was going to present to them the development for Africa. So is any pitch that I should be saying other than, just to get real focus on it when I approach them?
I really appreciate that, brother. I think that the main thing is to let them know that we're establishing a process where different kind of medical professionals can participate in our telehealth program. That it would be a free service to the community that would address not only COVID-19 related issues, but other healthcare issues we might have during this time.
Right.
I think it might be great to direct them to our website, which has a volunteer application form where they can see our principles of unity, see some videos that lay out some of the work we've done in Sierra Leone and other parts of the U.S., so that they can get a feel for who we are, what the principles of unity are, and they can submit applications to volunteer with us right there, and then we can get back with them. So hopefully that's
Okay.
helpful. If there's anything else that I could do, I would love to talk to you about it and see what we could do to provide any other information that might be helpful.
Okay, for sure. And one more quick question. Was there any initiative given to, with the Cuban sisters and brothers with their medical approach to the COVID-19 or colonial virus? Is any initiative being given or effort being given to reach out to them?
I think we really appreciate that question. One of the sisters who is a part of our medical advisory team is a Cuban trained doctor. She's a member of the Cuban Medical School's advisory team for choosing students from the U.S. to go to Cuba. She's helping us to try to deepen that relationship with Cuba. And any contacts or relationships that you might have or anybody else might have, help us hit that from another angle. We would absolutely appreciate that.
Okay, right on.
I have a question. This is the third time I'm trying to get on.
Sister Betty, I have heard you, so you can go.
This is for anyone who wants to join in on the panel, but specifically for Dr. Fields and Chairman Yeshiteli. As you know, the Post, Washington Post had statistics that compared to Asians, 37%, whites 30%, only 16% of Blacks and Latinos can work from home. And only 4% of people who didn't graduate from high school can work remotely, compared to nearly 52% of those with a college degree. Given those statistics, these people have to go to work. They have to come back home. What can they do? And what can we do, you know, as an organization or as people who have knowledge to help them survive?
Thank you for that question.
This is a political as well as a scientific discussion. I couldn't bring this out in my presentation. I didn't want to hog all the time, but it's disturbing me.
Sister Betty, I think that's a really important question. And it's like you said, it's one that a lot of our people are really grappling with right now. To bring the virus home potentially, or to not be able to feed their families. You know, that's a hell of a place to be in. And one of the things that, from the health perspective, that we've done is create a protocol for people to be able to follow, so that if they have to go to work, or even if they have to go to the grocery store, you know, or to the pharmacy, that they have a protocol that they can follow while they're out, and for when they come home, what steps they need to take to try to minimize the risk that they would be bringing virus into their home. So we do have a protocol for that we have on our website, which is developmentforafrica.org. We also have on our website some financial resources, some economic resources. Because one of the things that we, our Office of the Deputy Chair, which leads the economic work for our party, they've been compiling resources for how people can. Now, we don't know if this money is coming. We don't know if it is coming, when it's coming, or if we'll get it. But as long as they're dangling it in front of us, we might as well go after what might potentially be coming down the road in terms of this economic disaster loans that the government has said that, you know, are available for small businesses and individuals. Have links to how, and information about how people can apply for that, how small businesses can apply for that too. We count on people to go after everything, food stamps, unemployment. You know, we have links to all of that and other resources, economic resources on our website too. And if people know of other resources, we would ask that you share that with us, so that we can maintain a central database of resources that people can access, so that may become available and may be helpful for them as they try to navigate this. So, so that's what I would offer to that. Maybe Chairman might have something more to say too. Thank you, Sister Betty.
Thank you so much. I think that that's an important question. And I think that Comrade Jihad and others have recognized the significance of this whole approach that the coalition is trying to take to this issue of the colonial virus. And that's what it is. It's a colonial virus. And colonialism is when somebody else, some other entity controls every aspect of your life, your politics, your economy, everything is controlled by somebody else. And then this colonialism is the foundation for the system of capitalism. It was enslaving Black people and taking over and colonized peoples around the world that created the whole system. And the capitalist system is a vicious predatory cancer on humanity. And it sucks blood. It can't create, they lied about the so-called mass because they didn't have any mass. They didn't produce any mass. They didn't have the ability, and they can't say everybody needs a mask, because if they tell you to get a mask and then you go out and try to get a mask, you can't get it, then they expose themselves, their inadequacy and their irrelevancy. You got a healthcare, the so-called health, you don't even have a healthcare system. You have a capitalist system where everything is for profit. So, you don't have any, hospitals are not there to cure people, it's there to make money. So the whole thing that we're looking at is this profit-making, profit-based kind of an entity that rests on a foundation of Black people and other oppressed people being colonized and enslaved. That's the way that is. If this system works normally, we get exploited. It's only when it's an abnormal phenomenon if we have something going well for us as a people. It doesn't happen that way. It functions normally when it's an actually prerequisite for the continued successful existence of the system, that they bleed us, that they take everything they got. And it's illusions that anybody has if they think this system has any other foundation and basis for existence. So one, the thing that I think is so important about the discussion we've had up to now is that there are few illusions here about the nature of the system itself. The problem, if any, is that we have to be able to say aloud. That's one of the reasons why the problem I had with Bernard Sanders, when people say, well, he did at least say, healthcare, free healthcare. What the hell are you talking about? He called himself a socialist. And socialism is something that has to destroy capitalism. It cannot exist as long as capitalism is here. It has to remove it has to negate capitalism. So he is asking for a kinder, gentler capitalism. It doesn't work that way. We have to make a commitment as a people, as organizers, as revolutionary, to destroy a system of capitalism and colonialism. They say, well, yeah, we know that's going to happen in the long run, but in the short run, sell out. And we are saying that all you're talking about is opportunism. Opportunism, by definition, means liquidating the long-term interests of our working class for some kind of possible short-term benefit. Capitalism has to go, colonialism has to go, and you have to have organization that's designed to destroy capitalism and destroy colonialism. Black people must be free. That's the bottom line. If we ain't, then we won't have the education that Sister Betty is talking about. Mm-hmm. And sometimes that's the reason, but dumb white people, seem to get over all right too, but uneducated white people, and so that's the basis, that's the foundation. And that's what I like about what we're coming from this coalition. There are no illusions here about the system. That's what we have to spread out among the people, which does not mean we don't struggle where we are, how we can struggle where we are, which is been obvious too. If you listen to everything that everybody said, nobody said, oh, wait until the revolution is happening before you be free. No, we said in the process of being free, doing all these other things, but the consequence and the objective has to be to overturn this whole damn social system based on colonialism, based on enslavement of our people. And we have to determine that Black people will never be enslaved by anybody else ever again. That's our responsibility.
Exactly. This is Lisa. I just wanted to just chime in a moment on what Brother Jihad was saying when he asked about Cuba. And I just want to make people aware. I know a lot of people are more aware now that Cuba does have, they have medications that seem to be working relatively effectively compared to what's already out there. And China and other countries have been using this. And you can definitely see it in terms of their numbers, that the disease, this pandemic, is not like it is over here the way it is in China. It's not the same, although the United States is putting it out there like that, but we can see they're politicizing it. And one of the ways in which they're doing that is that Cuba has this medication, interferon alpha 2B. They have it, and the United States is just ignoring that. And yet the FDA, nothing more has to be done in terms of, the politics. We don't need to have any more sanctions now lifted against Cuba in order to use it, although I think that the sanctions should be lifted against everyone. But the FDA has the authority to review that medication and to approve it. They don't have to get any more authority at all from the government, and yet they are not doing it. And, as I indicated earlier, the numbers of people who are dying, the way the death rate has gone up in the United States, and people are just dying, and the United States' attitude is, so what? We want a vaccine. We want to make billions, even trillions of dollars from this. And I think we just have to be aware of that. This pandemic, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it is. It could have been handled differently. We have the example of China. The whole of Asia only has about 10,000 deaths. The United States has double that, and not to mention what Europe has. So this is what they're doing to the people. They are making this pandemic much more deadly than it has to be. But the United States is making it that way. And, they've really politicized this. They've even gone after governments who said, we're going to work with Cuba because they wanted their medication. The United States has gone after them, and they've tried to do everything they could to sabotage Cuba. And also, I know that, in answer to your question, I know that there's an online petition. I know Sister Betty was talking about this. Yesterday we were talking about it, but there is an online petition going around to demand that this country allow the Cuban medical brigades to come in. And there's also petitions going around to put pressure on the FDA to say, what are you doing? Look at that medication, review it, and approve. You have the authority and the power to do that now. And they've always had it since this pandemic began.
Uhuru, that is the time that we have allotted for the panelists to ask one another questions. Before we get to attendees' questions, I want to announce that we are very, 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 very close to our $1,000 goals for today. I'm talking about we're so close that if one person paid $25, we would make it.
I'll do it.
$1,000. Let me name some people to give them a thank you. We have Comrade Raya with $10. We have Osenu with $50. We have Jumoke with $10. We have Penny Hess, who gave $10 and then gave $25. We have Lloyd Hines with $10. Alicia Dorsey, $10. Devon Singleton, $5. Betty Davis, $20. Ruby Gittleson, $20. Jumoke, another $10. We have Marissa with $25. And now we have Lisa Davis with $25. I do want to say that in pledges, we have Alex Morley watching from the Bahamas who pledges to contribute $50. We have Nasir from Kuwait who pledges to pay $25. And again, as announced earlier, we did gain a membership, and that $25 would be counted as well, which is from Zena. So we have met our goal for today. However, if you are inspired to send some more or to still send, you are more than welcome to. You don't have to wait until tomorrow. And if you did not get a chance to contribute today, you can do that tomorrow as well. We want to thank everybody.
Where should they go to make donations? Where should they go to make donations?
Uhuru, blackisbackcoalition.org/donate if you want to donate. If you want to join, blackisbackcoalition.org. And you can also read up about, the organizations. You can read exactly who we are and what we are about. So one of our questions come from Tika Lark, who's watching from New Jersey. This question is for Sister Belinda Parker Brown. She says, where in the article about the unpartnered parent who said, quote, "I never felt like a single parent until the coronavirus." What is the website or the name of the person? And she also says, "Thank you for your excellent presentation." So she would just like to get more information on that quote. Sister Belinda.
Okay, I'm listening. I didn't quite get the question. She's asking to me, where is the link about the family that passed away?
No. You have a question that, well, you quoted someone saying, "I never felt like a single parent before until the coronavirus."
Uhuru, that was me.
Okay,
That
all right.
was it.
So, Sister Betty. Okay, thank you,
Yes.
Sister Betty.
Again, I apologize because that was one of the links I wanted to bring up on the screen, but I didn't have the skills at the time. It's from the National Black Educators at googlegroups.com. And the article was written by Danny McClain, D-A-N-I, and the name is McClain, M-C-C-L-A-I-N. Also, there was an article in thenation.com. But Brother Sam Anderson, who's a member of the National Black Educators and the New York Black Educators for Excellence, Educational Excellence, is the one that put this article out on his listserv. I would also like to give him credit for the article dealing with Black children will suffer the most from the proposed 2017 tax reform bill. So both those articles are from the National Black Educators at googlegroups.com. I do believe they have a website.
Uhuru.
And any
Uhuru, we have.
you get it from them.
Thank you. I have also commented that on Facebook as well, so she has that. We have Sister Efia Nwangaza, who is asking, can someone talk about hydrochloroquine being tested on federal prisoners? BOP has purchased $60,000 worth of that, and other pills are being used on hospitalized folks in Detroit. So that is open for whoever can answer that question.
Well, I don't know specifically about it being used to be treated on the people who are incarcerated. So I appreciate that information. We'll surely do some more research on it. But what I have heard about hydrochloroquine, I've heard kind of mixed things about it. I have read where there have been some trials where they have said that they have tried it and it seems like it has given good results. I think it is being, I was going to say I think it might be utilized in New York, but I could be wrong about that, so I don't want to put that out. But I have heard sort of mixed things about it, and then I've heard other things that have said that it's, not really that effective, that it shouldn't be used, but that they definitely do need to do more studies and more testing about it. And I also do understand that the current president has some stock or some stake in the company that is producing, that stands to produce hydrochloroquine, so people feel that that's the reason why he might be promoting it. But everything else he knows about profit.
Ralph here, am I unmuted?
Yes, we
hear you.
Experimenting on prisoners is nothing new. This is a practice that the American prison system and doctors have used for years. And so if someone were to say that they are experimenting now, I would certainly believe it, because when have they stopped experimenting on Black prisoners?
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And I also, I was just going to say real quickly just about experimenting. We all heard about how France had the audacity to say that they need to begin to do these experiments in Africa, on the continent for quarantines and all of that. And the absolute arrogance, there are so many layers to this, but the absolute arrogance, and I got to use the word stupidity. There are so many ways to look at this, but when you look at France's numbers, neither France, nor the United States, nor Europe, they ain't got nothing that they can really contribute to anyone about this. When you look at their numbers, France has about, I don't know, maybe 50,000 people who are dead. Europe has like 70,000 people. But Africa, the last time I checked, on the whole entire continent of Africa, there are maybe, I think I maybe heard 500 people, and that's on the high end, 500 people who have, unfortunately lost their lives. But yet this arrogance, this colonialist mentality, and what, has the audacity to even think, they can look at their numbers and yet something is in their parasitic, barbaric minds that even think, oh, but we're gonna still offer them this. And I think one of the things we have to really look at with this is that so many times, because the conditioning has been so deep, that we only see and view these analyses through, Eurocentric colonialist eyes, because we don't even realize that there is a whole other way to look at things. But they don't have any good records, at least not when it comes to the medical field. And there's no reason why anybody would want to emulate them. I mean, I looked at those numbers, I'm like, I hope I never go to Europe or UK and get sick at all for anything, because I would not trust their medical systems. And those numbers are definitely a condemnation of how they view medicine and the treatments that they use. Those numbers are outrageous. Asia, on the other hand, is showing something different. And Africa, like I said, for whatever reason, and this is not to say that it won't become a problem, and we should definitely be looking at this, but right now, the pandemic just seems to act differently according to certain climates. But even still, I know that our people have the knowledge and the ability and the at least the natural resources in Africa. I know we don't always control them, but we have a tremendous history, a tremendous legacy. We have no reason to want to borrow and look at European medicine and how they do things. We have a much better system. We just have to realize that we do.
Lisa, Reverend Pinckney here. One of the things I heard about this experiment that they was doing in Detroit is that it had worked on some people, and some people have died from it, but they're not allowed to report it that they died from that experiment on them. They usually say that the virus killed them or something of that nature, but they actually do have people that's saying that they actually use it in Detroit as of today. And people have that. Also, a state rep made the announcement that she actually used the drug and she's better today. And but one of the families said that they would, once they get inside the hospital, no family members can go in or do anything. A lot of people now are just staying home and letting it work itself out. And I have several friends up in Detroit who also has the virus, and they decided not to go to the hospital. They decided to stay at home, and they have been very successful. So it all depends on your physical condition, I believe, in reference to the anti-malaria drug that they're trying to put on us right now and experiment with. But that is the knowledge I have of it, and I would tell people not to take it. But knowing me, if it ever came into my house, just recently, a friend of ours, he just died from the virus, and he was 65 years old, and his conditions, I thought he was in great shape, but unfortunately they say he wasn't, and he died. So that's about all I have to say in reference to that. I just say that, we just have to make sure that we stay healthy, stay safe, and be aware of who we are around. I'm staying in the house for the simple reason I'm going to build up my immune system, and then I'll go outside and tackle it. And I want to thank you so much, Lisa, for all your knowledge you gave. And I want to thank all the presenters today. They did a tremendous job. And I tell you, matter of fact, they kept my attention, so that was important. So thank you.
I want to thank the good Reverend. If you keep talking like that, people are going to think you're a preacher.
Oh, no.
But perhaps I think we're about at that place where we should be closing it down.
Uhuru, yes, that was actually my next thing. It's 3:35. So we are now at our announcements.
Before that, this is the announcement. Don't hesitate to send money. The coalition needs the resources, so don't hesitate. And I think tomorrow the good Reverend going to be the one making the money pitch.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay.
So save your money up for tomorrow.
Okay. So all right. Who was it, Sister Likia? What were you saying?
Uhuru, it's myself and Lisa Davis who are doing the announcements. The first announcement is that we would like to remind everyone that the Black is Back Coalition is holding our 4th electoral campaign school, previously scheduled for today and tomorrow on June 13th and 14th, 2020. The coalition created these schools to teach the Black community how electoral politics can and should be approached in a revolutionary way, and the kinds of platforms we should demand of those who run for office in our communities. Keep up with the coalition's website, blackisbackcoalition.org, as well as our Facebook like page, Black is Back Coalition, to remain updated on the school and how you can attend.
Okay, the next announcement, ANWO, the African National Women's Organization, the only organization of women that I will even be associated with, that I'm a member of, because I cannot get into this feminism. However, ANWO is going to be having, they are holding their 5th anniversary convention entitled the Black Women's Convention, Sisters United for the Revolution, on July 10th through 12th, 2020. And to keep up with the convention, visit anwouhuru.org. That's anwouhuru.org, and follow the official African National Women's Organization Facebook page.
Uhuru. On Thursday, April 30th, the Black Community Control of Police Working Group, via its newsletter, The Hammer, will be holding a press conference in Sierra Leone, West Africa, in response to the threat of the coronavirus there and its political implications with martial law, quarantine, and mandatory testing and vaccination. Again, the conference will be held Thursday, April 30th at 10 a.m. at 13th Kamara Street in Upper Allentown, just outside of Freetown. For more information, email bccp.uhuru@gmail.com.
Sister Leaky, I don't think I got the updated version. I probably printed out the wrong one, so I don't have what you're reading from.
Okay, the next one is the Black People Fight Back Conference, Day 2. I'd like to announce that the Black is Back Coalition is continuing our Black People Fight Back Conference tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central. Tomorrow's program will feature the coalition's Chairman Omali Ishitela, as well as steering committee members Ajamu Baraka of Black Alliance for Peace and Vice Chair Lisa Davis, for a much needed discussion around the presidential election season, electoral politics, and the role of the Black petty bourgeoisie in our community. I'm also getting notifications that people have began registering for that link. So I think that tells me that it's up on our website, blackisbackcoalition.org, or on our Facebook like page. Lisa, I can take it from here?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have, do you have?
Yeah, I can take it. We would like to announce that we received a new member. As mentioned before, Zena, who is an individual, wants to join the reparations working group. And we have met our $1,000 goal for today. Thank you for all who have joined the coalition. Thank you, Zena, and who have contributed to the coalition. A call for both membership and resources will also be made tomorrow to allow those who did not get to do so today to be able to join and or make a contribution. We will see you at 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central. Sharp.
Black is back.
Black is back.
Onward to the revolution.
Yeah, good job. Good job, everybody. Good job. Wow.
Yes.
Black is back.
Black is back. Black is back.
Black is back. Black is back.
Black is back.
Black is back. Black is back.
Black is back.
Black is back.
Black is back. And the rallying call is Black is back, and all of those